of 0.7%. And if you see the top three gainers on Nifty 50 as well, that 130-point surge right now is mainly coming in from names like Shriram Finance as well as the Bajaj Twins. What is interesting is a closure at 26,200 is something what the analysts and markets are not ruling out, and the trajectory is also looking pretty strong. If you see in terms of gainers, there you go. Along with the three names, Adani Enterprises, Hindalco, SBI, HCL Tech, Maruti are the ones which are gaining. HUL, again, this is an adjustment that is happening right now with regards to where quality listing goes. So 3.5-4% downtick there. Interglobe Aviation, that stock has been under pressure, but the turbulence that we are seeing and the concerns it is causing for commuters, the cut is not really taking all of that into consideration. That's what it seems like. Eternal Trend, Sun Pharma, a few of the other losers, but the breadth overall, if you see this one, is pretty much in favor of the bulls. Let's quickly pull up the advanced decline ratio because the VIX is also down 3.5%. 10.45 is what you're tracking there. Advanced decline ratio pretty much even, Steven, stable there. 1,400 declines to almost 1,000 advances is what you're looking at. Let's quickly look at the broader markets because it's the rate sensitives also which are firing today. Mid-cap index again 0.3% higher, but I think the momentum that you want to see in the small caps is what is missing, and that's what you're seeing over here. 0.5% downtick coming in terms of small cap 250. Let's quickly look at the sectoral indices because that will tell you that it's the rate sensitives also which are supporting the markets in today's session. There you go. PSU Bank Index 1.2% higher. IT again pretty much up in trade. Metals is seeing a good day of trade. Banking names, rural, auto, real estate also in the positive. It's mainly defense which is down 0.6% today. But let's see what comes in from India-Russia meet, and if any announcements there probably that could buffle up your defense space today. But overall, the sentiment is absolutely positive, Sharad, in today's session. A lot of individual names which are firing, but your rate sensitives are having an absolute good day of trade.
Yes, Hiral, you are right. Most of the interest rate sensitive stocks, be the mid cap, small cap, all are doing well, hoping that Nifty can close above the 26,200 odd levels. And that happens, of course, a strong momentum comes in Nifty Bank as well. But to the party, small cap indices haven't come in and no value buying signs are coming in the last 2 to 3 odd sessions. Option data is interestingly suggesting a bullish sentiment for both Nifty and Nifty Bank. The gains coming in, Hiral pointed out interest rate sensitives and BFSI. This includes HDFC Bank and Bajaj Finance. But interestingly, the European markets, they have also opened positive, and that is a very important factor as well. Interestingly, metals are seeing a rebound as well. And RBI push, two important things to mention, a 25 basis points rate cut and FY27 GDP forecast. That has actually gone up for the viewers who have tuned in just now. And interestingly, two important triggers to track, the India 10-year bond yield that has declined, and Rupee has actually strengthened as well, and that's actually favoring the market sentiment as well. But there are two key triggers: defense stocks ahead of PM Modi and Putin's meet, and Fed's FOMC meet next week. That's also a very important trigger which we will be actually looking forward to. But moving on, there is a chaos in the skies and also panic coming on the ground. Indigo, India's largest domestic carrier, has cancelled all flights till midnight at the Delhi airport. Hundreds of flights across Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru and Hyderabad over last 4 days have been impacted, leaving thousands stranded and desperate as well. Danish joins us in from Delhi to give us the overview of what's actually happening. There's a lot of chaos here. Danish, what are your views coming in here?
You're right. There's actually a lot of chaos, not only in the skies, not only inside the airport, but also inside the ministries and DGCA, as everyone, the DGCA, which is the regulator, the aviation ministry, everyone is doing whatever they can to ensure that the operations that are there, they are running smooth. First, talking about Indigo and the number of cancellations that have taken place till now. First, coming to Delhi airport, there will be no Indigo flights till midnight, and this is being done to recalibrate the entire Indigo network. That's because Delhi airport is the largest airport in the country, and Indigo's primary operations, they operate only from the Delhi airport. So there is, I think, over 200 flights of Indigo have been cancelled, and Indigo flights operate somewhere over 250 flights from Delhi alone. Now coming to the other metro airports, Bangalore has seen cancellation of over 100 airports. Similarly, Mumbai airport has seen a cancellation of over 100 flights. So as far as the overall metro city airports are concerned, at least 600 to 700 flights have been cancelled from these metro airports. Apart from this, Indigo also flies to various airports which are managed by AI, which is a government body. Even over there, the flights are being cancelled. So very easily, we can say that Indigo's disruptions continue for the third straight day. And this is not going to stop just today. Even for the weekend, we will see a lot of disruptions that will happen. And this is all pre-informed, not only to the regulator, not only to the ministry, but also to the passengers. As Indigo, in its meeting yesterday with the aviation regulator, clearly stated that, look, for the next 3 days, we will not be able to fly as we were flying earlier. So the whole approach, why the airline has cut these flights from the Delhi airport is to ensure that a proper recalibration happens from the Delhi airport. And very lastly, I would like to make one point that top government sources had told NDTV Profit that initially Indigo had pitched a no-fly thing till 4 p.m. today. So initially they that if we don't have any flights till 4 p.m. today, we can recalibrate, but the government has its own views.
So Danish, you know, I understand everything, the concerns that we're seeing, but with this, the DGCA has also pulled back the weekly rest directive that was given for airlines, and now they've said that the airlines can actually swap their weekly rest with the leaves when needed. What would this actually mean from an operations perspective?
See, from an operation perspective, this will give the airlines some proper space for rostering, because earlier what used to happen, while there was a 36-hour mandated rest period, along with that, there were also provisions for weekly offs. So now what will happen in order to control the entire situation, if any pilot, he or she is on a weekly off, then even that will be calculated as a rest period, which is for 36 hours, and that has been changed to 48 hours. So this is a relief for the pilots, but the pilot associations are completely unhappy with this, because they're feeling that the ministry and the regulator, they have this bended in front of the airlines, and they're not considering that what a pilot is going through and how fatigue can impact the entire operations. And like you mentioned, the weekly rest period, besides that, there is also one-time exemption that has been given to Indigo, and this is concerned with the night flying times. So earlier, the night flying destination was between 12 a.m. till 5 a.m. And as per the new FDTL rules, the night period was now being stretched from 5 a.m. till 6 a.m. So now this has been brought back. So now for Indigo only, and only for the A320 operations, the night landing time has been reduced back to 5 a.m. So from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. that will be considered as night landing.
Stay with us, Danish. Joining us is Bhavesh Oza. He's the director at Blue Star Air Travel Services, and he's the co-founder at mytravelbazaar.com as well. A very good afternoon to you, Bhavesh. A lot of chaos is happening, be it ticket booking or even cancellation and refunds. A lot of phone calls are also coming. But I want to get the numbers aspect from you. Are the air prices going up, shooting up very high? And if yes, what are the key routes where we are seeing a very jump in these prices coming in?
Good afternoon. Very good afternoon to everyone over here. Thank you for having me over here, and I'm really not happy to be here for this particular session, at least at the moment. Well, the situation is really chaotic. From the passengers' perspective, yes. From the online travel agencies' perspective, yes. Your question about the prices, they have skyrocketed at the moment. What we are trying to do is, someone is stuck at a particular airport, we are trying to reroute them to some other airports, alternative airports, and make them fly and reach their destinations. For example, I recently had a case where passenger wanted to fly from Jammu to Mumbai. Trust me, the fares after 2 days is about 65,000 rupees. That's obnoxiously high. We had to reroute them. So we are trying options like Amritsar or some other cities, or make them travel by car or by train to the other major cities and fly them to Mumbai. So finally, we got them at about 30,000 rupees from Delhi to Bombay. They have to travel to Delhi by the road transport.
Okay.
So that's the situation, and the situation at the back office is really chaotic, because every second we are doing cancellations, reissues of tickets, finding them an alternative option, so that the situation is a little stressful for the passengers.
Bhavesh, good afternoon. This is Hiral on this side. What I want to know from you is, in terms of the pricing, with the rescheduling that you're doing, with the new tickets that you're booking, what is the kind of increase that you're seeing versus on a normal day on various routes and various sectors? And which sectors are giving you the maximum hike in terms of pricing, and which airlines are the ones which are leading to that kind of pricing?
When you ask me for sectors, obviously the big metropolitan cities, these sectors have seen a lot of jump. Take, for example, Delhi or Bangalore, Mumbai for that matter, because they have been severely affected. So price hike in these sectors is very high. Don't ask me the percentage at the moment because it's varying like crazy. But I just told you that a particular sector from Jammu to Delhi, it's 65,000 rupees, which is generally not the case.
Okay, I was just doing some, in fact, my colleague Somit has done this data crunching in terms of the flight tickets in terms of routes. And, a couple of them that I would want to cite from Delhi to Mumbai, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, Hyderabad, you're talking about Pune, Chennai, Patna. These are the cities we're talking about routes. And the fares have jumped to in that range of almost, the minimum is 3.5 times. And that is for a Mumbai-Kolkata flight, whereas the maximum is almost 10.4 times. So a ticket that would cost you around 6,300 rupees on a normal day is probably costing you 66,000 rupees today. And that's a Delhi-Chennai flight. And that's the kind of surge, Bhavesh, that we're talking about. Is that something that you're noticing? And are people really ready to book these kind of flight tickets?
So you've got two questions over here. Yes, there is a surge. The surge is really high. Like I told you about the cities which I recently sold to passengers, and it is about 3 to 4 times than the actual pricing. A Delhi Bombay ticket is roughly about usually 8 to 10,000 rupees, and now that has jumped to about 35 to 40,000 rupees in that range, and that is across all the airlines. So yes, the surge is really high, and for passengers, since this was a last moment change and it's the holiday period, it's the period where you've got maximum number of weddings, it's a period where people go to their homes, so this is impacting all type of passengers at the moment. We've got a lot of passengers coming in from the other countries into India for their holidays, so it is impacting everyone.
Yeah, stay with us, Bhavesh. We are getting more perspective in this discussion. Subhash Goyal, he's the Secretary General, Federation of Associations in Indian Tourism and Hospitality. A very good afternoon to you, sir. A lot of chaos is, of course, happening in the aviation segment, but the tourism, this time, October, November, December, and even till March, it's a very busy period when it comes to domestic holidays, international holidays, and even foreign tourists are arriving in India as well. Subhash, what are you gathering actually? Is there any kind of cancellations happening? Is there a concern over here? Because refund is something which most of the viewers and the investors would be actually looking out for. What actually happens for this? So what's the ground update coming in?
There is an utter chaos. It has never happened before. And the tragedy is that since we decided, the government announced 8.2% GDP growth. Earlier, there was some computer glitch with Indigo, and that is why a lot of flights were grounded. And now this is just holding the government to ransom, because they had more than 1 year when this law was there that the rest period for pilot was increased, and the number of crew as per the ratio of the number of aircraft should have been increased in 1 year. When Akasa Air, SpiceJet and Air India could do it, could adhere to it, I see no reason why Indigo could not adhere to it. It is really surprising and shocking that an airline which has 60% of market share, when people who have 40% of market share can do it, why couldn't Indigo do it? The reason is that they think they are invincible, and all of a sudden, grounding of the aircrafts and holding the public to ransom was a pressure tactics which has worked.
Subhash, I would want to come in over here. Subhash, I would want to come in over here. This is Hiral on this side. We're talking about Indigo, which is holding consumers at a ransom right now. But with that, if you have to talk about the other airlines, the other participants as well, their fares have gone and touched the roof. So what are they doing? What are they doing as well? We are talking about one Indigo. What about an Air India? What about an Akasa? What about a SpiceJet? That's one side of it. And secondly, let me complete this one. when it comes to hospitality as well, all your hotels which are nearby the airports, the rates, the room rates have also touched the roof in today's day or over the last 2 to 3 days. What are you also doing as an association to make sure, to make sure that this has been taken care of and not every, probably participant from the hotel and tourism or hospitality sector is holding the commuters at ransom?
See, earlier when I was Secretary General of Faith, that time also we had written to the government. And now as Chairman of the Aviation and Tourism Expert Committee of Indian Chamber, I have written to the government, and I am again going to write to the government today that there should be an upper capping. What they had done after COVID, that there was an upper capping of the airfares. For example, the direct operating cost between the Delhi and Bombay for an Airbus, if it is 4,000 rupees, they could do an upper capping for 200% more. Instead of 8,000 rupees, do it at 16,000 rupees. But there has to be an upper capping. Now, when I was talking to the government on this, they said, no, in a free market economy, it's very difficult. Then why are we fixing the rates for taxi drivers who are operating from airport to the hotel? They are poor people, we can fix their rates. But for rich people who are owning hotels and who are owning airlines, why can't there be an upper capping? Earlier days, when I was president of the Indian Tour Operators, at that time, the government used to fix the rate for 5-star hotels, for 5-star deluxe hotels, and for 3-star hotels.
Yeah, yes,
Now,
Mr. Subhash, that's a very interesting view on that. But let's just show our viewers one important thing. Yeah, I'll just, So one important thing is that chaos is mounting at Delhi airport. Frustrations everywhere. Passengers are raising strong objections. Tanushka joins us live with a strong update on that.
We're still at the Delhi airport, wherein a lot of these passengers, there are passengers here from all, these positions at this point. The lady here just beside me is with an infant right now, ma'am. आपकी flight कब से cancel है? अब यहाँ पे कब से?
2 दिन से cancel है.
2 दिनों से
cancel है. और 2 दिन से आज भी cancel है.
आज का फ्लाइट दिया कल इधर से दिल्ली से कलकत्ता, दिल्ली से हैदराबाद तक, हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक, कलकत्ता का हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक फ्लाइट था उसको कैंसिल कर दिया.
तो अब 2 दिन से इंडिगो के चक्कर काट रहे हैं.
हाँ,
विद योर बेबी.
इधर से हैदराबाद जाके क्या करेंगे?
It is really troubling. Really troubling.
And what have Indigo been telling you?
We are extending, we are giving tomorrow another flight, delaying after 4 hours, after 24 hours, and now they are telling again for after 2 days with 2 babies, it's impossible to arrange.
मैम बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट ओपन की है क्या? बॉम्बे के लिए
आपको जाना किधर है अभी? कोलकाता. एंड कोलकाता की एक भी फ्लाइट आपको इंडिगो से नहीं मिल रही है. एंड व्हाट अबाउट अदर एयरलाइंस? आपने बाकी एयरलाइंस देखे?
Charges are very high, 40,000, 50,000. And we are 4-5 members. It's impossible to
accommodate. Exactly. So clearly here, the struggles of the middle class society here at Delhi airport, wherein Indigo is of course not an option right now, but what about other airlines? Other airlines airfares are skyrocketing. Just as we are talking to this woman here, she is with an infant and her 4-year-old as well. So 2 children here, the account of a mother who's dealing her 2 children at the airport since the past 2 days with no recourse, no disputes, no respite. Let us also speak to more people here. Sir, आप कब से यहाँ पर वेट कर रहे हो?
मैं कल जोधपुर से दिल्ली फ्लाइट में आया. कल दोपहर से यहाँ वेट कर रहा हूँ. मेरा ऑनवर्ड जर्नी है चेन्नई से कोयम्बटूर. अभी तक मेरा बैगेज का कोई पता नहीं है. आई एम रनिंग a high temperature on this winter cold. My wife fractured her leg. We don't have even a small jacket. और हमको ये बोल दिया कि आपका फ्लाइट रीशेड्यूल कर दिया है, आप जाओ करके. हमको इन लोगों ने एक होटल का नंबर दिया. होटल जाने से होटल वाले ने हमको कुत्तों के जैसे बाहर निकाल के भेज दिया कि यहाँ पे कोई रूम अवेलेबल नहीं है. रात को 12-1 बजे के ठंड में हम रोड पे सो रहे थे. आज सवेरे टैक्सी भर के हमारे खुद से पैसे से आज सवेरे की फ़्लाइट आए. सवेरे की फ़्लाइट वापस बोल रहे हैं कि कैंसिल है. और पूछ रहे हैं हमारा लगेज कहाँ है. ये लोग बोल रहे हैं हमको मालूम नहीं है. There is no higher authorities to even come and give us a solution.
So there's a ground report coming in, and that's pretty much big chaos.
And we have this from Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, everywhere.
All
I think
major
all of them. The quantum of flights cancelled and everything. It's a mayhem. It's chaos.
It's pretty much it, and the biggest question is, Hiral, is what happens to the refunds? And Bhavesh, I want to get you in on this. A lot of refund queries would be coming in, and if suppose I have a ticket and my ticket has been cancelled, it's a two-way journey or maybe a one-way journey. Now, how does this refund actually work? And by when can this actually come? There's a major questions coming in from viewers. I need to get you on this.
Well, yes, that's a very important question. At the moment, what the airline has given us instructions is they will be getting full refunds. That's actually not the actual solution, because even if they get the refund, the price for a new ticket is way much higher than those refund values. Clients have booked tickets at about 5,000 or 6,000 rupees, which is the average domestic fare. The new ticket prices are about 3 or 4, maybe 5 times at the moment. So I would rather ask the government and everyone to have a collaborative approach on how can they ensure that the passengers reaching their destinations.
In fact, Subhash, I would want to come to you on this. I understand you're saying that you would write to the government, but what is that immediate step that needs to be taken to make sure now this does not go out of control? I mean, it's already gone out of control beyond this, because Indigo has also come out and said, they've in fact put out an apology on Twitter, on X, saying that to each one of our customers, we're truly sorry and we will take care. In fact, they've said that they will ensure that all refunds for their cancellations will be processed automatically to their original mode of payment. They will offer full waiver on all cancellations and reschedule requests on the bookings for travel between the 5th of December to the 15th of December. The number of days, I mean, we're still talking till the 15th of December. So I think lots in terms of cancellations is what Indigo is already expecting. That's what the date tells me, and that's what I want to pick up. Subhash, what do you say on this now? What should the next step be?
I have a solution. First solution is that the government should intervene. They should pass a law that all tickets, which if I'm holding an Indigo ticket, the other airlines which have spare seats must accept it at face value. And Indigo should endorse it to any carrier at face value. For example, if there is a seat on Air India, 10 seats are empty, they should take 10 Indigo passengers, and the clearance of the account can be done through ITA Clearinghouse. Now, this law is being followed earlier on all international flights. It's an established practice. I don't know why they are not doing it in India. That is one thing. Secondly, you see, the Consumers Association should get together and they should, I mean, you refund the ticket. But I just saw on your, channel that a child, a 4-year-old child is on the lap, and for 2 nights that poor lady is there. How will you compensate the harassment? And I think a lot of compensation cases should be filed, and the Passenger Association should get together, and maybe your channel can take the lead of getting these people and filing consumer cases through a good lawyer, because they have to be accountable. They cannot hold the government to ransom and the public to ransom, because the government has been forced to give them extension, which is against the safety rules and regulations. So I think I don't understand that if CASA, Air India and this can follow, why couldn't Indigo follow? And yes, I agree with you that no one has the right to exploit the consumer. And in the free market economy, if they can regulate the fares of a taxi from airport to the hotel, why can't they regulate the fares of domestic airlines, operating in India? I mean, and secondly, if the extension is given, there has to be a ratio between the crew and the number of planes. And Indigo should not get rights for any new routes, and their existing rights should also be curtailed, because all airlines have to file the winter schedule and summer schedule with the DGCA. Now, DGCA should also ask them that what are the pilots and the crew you have to operate these. So this is one step ahead, because this is just, because you have 60% of the market share, you cannot, create chaos in the country. This is anti-national. And ever since our economy has shown 8.2% growth. First, there was a computer glitch, and now it is an intentional grounding of planes. This should not be allowed. And if there is a penalty, then other airlines will also, think twice before doing such a drastic step.
Yeah, I mean, lots to do. In fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and they have, as per the directions of Honorable Minister Shri Ram Mohan Naidu ji, the control room, they've set up a control room at the ministry, and that has been continuously engaging to maintain constant vigil over the unprecedented situation that has been arising from the cancellation and delay of Indigo flights. That's the tweet that we're picking up from there. In fact, this morning, the Honorable Minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning to ensure seamless communication that is going through among all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing timely information to the passengers. In fact, real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure adequate response and deployment of resources, particularly for facilitating all the passengers that are stranded at various terminals. In fact, they've said that the data from airport operators, airlines, and ATC is all being consolidated, and it is being shared with all the airlines, especially Indigo, along with all the necessary directives to mobilize resources and ensure timely, proactive action to ensure that normalcy of operations is restored at all operations, at all airports, I beg your pardon, across the country. That's what the Ministry of Civil Aviation has indicated so far. But thank you, Subhash. Thank you, Bhavesh, for joining us on the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Let's just quickly pull up the stock in terms of Indigo and see what's happening there, because there is some bit of resilience over there. In fact, that stock managed to climb back into the green, receded from there, 1.2% downtick coming in there. Let's also connect with all our reporters who are standing back at various airports. We're talking about the confusion which is happening at Chennai airport as well. Let's quickly listen into what's happening there.
There's chaos at the Chennai airport as hundreds of passengers with Indigo tickets have got stranded. For the first time, the CISF at the entrances are not allowing passengers with Indigo tickets, as Indigo flights across the country have been cancelled except the international flights. This is the third day of this kind of a major disruption and hardship. Passengers are stranded and many have no option to continue their travel plans with other flights, as they say. Tickets have become very, very expensive, something they cannot afford, and the refund, although Indigo offers, could take a long time to come. Here is a family scheduled to travel to Durgapur, but they don't have other options because only Indigo, they say, serves Durgapur. Thank you very much for your time. Tell us about your situation.
Yeah, so actually I'm an employee, government employee in IIT Dhanbad. So I have to go and join there yesterday itself, but then flight got cancelled, and now it has got cancelled. They are not letting us inside. So we are just standing here in the airport. We have a child of 2 years old, and it becomes difficult. At least they could have informed us some few hours before, so that we do not have to.
What are your options now?
We have almost no options, because almost to Dhanbad, all the flights whichever is available is all now Indigo only, and to Kolkata and all those flights are like 20,000, 30,000 is the fare. So it is definitely not possible to go. Train tickets, we all know it will not be available at all now.
Okay, so those are stranded passengers which are talking to all our reporters as well on the ground. That was Sam Daniel who got us all the information right now. But clearly the spike that you're seeing when it comes to Indigo is just that spike on the back of that mild DGCA relief that has come in, and that's a temporary relief for an Indigo. But post that, again, that correction has continued. So there is a public apology as well that Indigo has put out, and you can go to their Twitter handle to see the process and how they would be giving you all your refunds, etc. But let's quickly cut across to Russian President Putin and Prime Minister Modi speaking to the media.
The next two documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation on the cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education and science, as well as the agreement between the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India, and the Federal Service for Surveillance on Consumer Rights Protection and Human Well-being of the Russian Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two agreements will be exchanged by Mr. Mikhail Albertovich Murashko, Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. We next have two memorandums of understandings. These include the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the training of specialists for ships operating in polar waters, and the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Maritime Board of the Russian Federation. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, and Sri Sarvananda Sonoval, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of India. We now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. GSC Ural Chem and Messrs. Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited and National Fertilizers Limited and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. The last two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of the Government of the Republic of India and the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect of goods and vehicles moved between the Republic of India and the Russian Federation, and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of India and GSC, the Russian Post. These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted a joint statement which would be issued shortly. Both sides have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation till 2030. And we also welcome the Russian side's decision to adopt the framework agreement to join the International Big Cat Alliance.
Initial snippets coming in from Russia-India's meet, and shortly we'll be getting you the joint statement also. But right now, an MOU has been signed, and this is positive for RCF and NLF. But we'll get you more details. We'll take a quick break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
तेईसवें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम INSTC, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक सहयोग और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से दोनों देशों के लोगों में एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। इन संबंधों को और मजबूत करने के लिए हमने कई नए कदम उठाए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में भारत के 2 नए कॉन्सुलेट्स खोले गए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा और आपसी नजदीकियां बढ़ेगी। इस वर्ष अक्टूबर में लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट फोरम में भगवान बुद्ध के पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इससे बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, SCO तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का सामना करने की शक्ति देगी और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को और समृद्ध करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। स्पासिबा।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to give his remarks to the media.
Уважаемый господин
Distinguished Prime Minister, dear friend,
ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of India, Draupadi Murmu, you personally, distinguished Prime Minister, and all our Indian colleagues for the warm and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. The negotiations that we just had with the Indian colleagues, and as well as our talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of Tedetse at his residence, the dinner was great. I would like to thank you for this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a constructive and a friendly atmosphere in the spirit of the special and privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out that we and Prime Minister Modi have established close working dialogue. In September this year, we met during the CEO summit in Tianjin. We are regularly having telephone calls. We are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation, all strategic avenues, and also we are monitoring the course of the implementation of key bilateral projects. And today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and substantively reviewed the whole range of relevant questions of the Russian-Indian multifaceted interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, and humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw for yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency, and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries, and
the rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
$2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money, and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
Are you ready for the best show in town? NDTV Golf Pro-Am. We are coming to your city. Stay tuned.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close. Quite a lot of action this Friday afternoon, I should say. And you have the markets that are obviously in focus amidst the conversation between the Prime Minister in India and the President of Russia. Holding out with 0.5% gains for the benchmark Nifty 50, but you have a couple of indices that have dropped quite sharply from the high point of the day. And you have the Nifty Defense, for one, that has dropped about 1.7%. To a certain extent, one can argue that there is a little bit of a disappointment that no major deals have been announced between Russia and India on the defense front. And you have something like a Bharat Dynamics, you have HAL that has dropped quite considerably from the high point of the day, losing further ground. You also have the Realty Index that's losing ground, and it's down about 0.2% after having traded in the green, or let's pull up the Realty Index. It did trade in the green after the announcement of that 25 basis point cut, and then it's lost quite a bit of ground from that point. In fact, the RBI monetary policy and the outcome of that is one of the big talking points this afternoon. 5 key takeaways for you. First, there was a rate cut of as much as 0.25%. Percentage points to 5.25%. That was a unanimous decision. The stance has been retained at neutral. The third point, significant liquidity infused or will be infused, 1 lakh crore rupees through open market operations that will be conducted in December, and also a dollar-rupee swap over the course of the next 3 years. The GDP projection has been raised to 7.3% from the earlier projection of 6.7%, and the inflation projection has been cut to 2% from the earlier 2.6%, and there's expected to be a benign outlook for inflation going forward as well. Listen to some of what the RBI governor had to say at today's event.
After reviewing the liquidity situation and the outlook, as mentioned earlier, we have decided to conduct OMO purchases of government securities amounting to 1 lakh crore rupees in this month. Moreover, we will also be conducting a 3-year dollar-rupee buy-sell swaps this month. We are hopeful that these measures will ensure adequate durable liquidity in the system and further facilitate monetary transmission.
All right, we've got Kunal Shah of Mirai Asset, Sher Khan, as well as Neeraj Diwan, who's a market expert. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time. Let me come to you first. Kunal, good afternoon to you. What are the levels that you're looking at, particularly for the Nifty Bank and for the benchmark heading into the end of today and the start of next week?
Good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon to everyone. See, I think what we have seen a good recovery from the lower levels for the Nifty indices. 25,900 on a positional basis is the support for the Nifty index. From a short-term perspective, I think 26,100 is a very good support zone. Dips towards the support would be a good buying opportunity, keeping a stop loss of 26,000 on the downside. And I'm expecting positionally targets of 26,500 on the upside for the Nifty index. So I think overall the mood is set up for a good rally or a short covering move in the coming week, and we can see the Nifty index heading higher. For the Bank Nifty, here again we have seen a good recovery again from the lower levels, and Bank Nifty has been able to surpass the 59,500 mark. So that's positive for the Bank Nifty index. We'll be heading towards 60,000, 60,200 mark. One should keep a stop loss of 59,000 on the downside for the Bank Nifty.
Kunal, what would your top picks be for today, and if you have to look at next week?
So I think, again, the NBFC space looks very attractive. So I think my first pick over here from the NBFC space would be Shriram Finance. Good reversals on the technical charts, expecting a good move in the coming week. 850 is where it is currently trading. One can go long at the current levels, keeping a stop loss of 830, looking for targets of 870 to 890 on the upside for Shriram Finance. So that would be the first pick. Second pick, where I think again, the momentum is very strong, and you can expect this is again from the financial space. And I think Bajaj Finance, this looks attractive on the chart, have surpassed the hurdle of 1,050. Buy from the current levels, keeping a stop loss of 1,020, looking for targets of 1,090 to 1,100.
Thanks, Kunal, for that. In fact, Neeraj, let me come to you. You know, I mean, Shriram Finance, an interesting one. Bajaj Twins are also buzzing in trade. In fact, both the counters are up nearly over 2%. And it's the interest rate sensitive sector that is seeing a rally after the RBI rate cut. Now, clearly, your cost of funds would decline. It would lead to improved net interest margins as well. Lower EMIs could increase the credit demand going ahead, boost the loan growth. You're talking about higher profitability on the back of a reduced interest expense as well as rising dispersals. In fact, Bajaj Finserv has given an outlook as well, saying that the GST reforms is something that will boost their auto and financial services growth, and they've received the approval to acquire Alliance's 26% stake in both the insurance arms. And if you talk about Bajaj Finance, their outlook is they're aiming to compound at 17 to 19% over the long term, and they're targeting a 5 lakh crore plus AUM book by the end of FY26. 100 million is what they're looking at in terms of loan dispersals annually by FY30. And they've said that they're aiming to become India's lowest risk financial services firm with gross NPAs less than 1.2% and net NPAs less than 0.4%. ROEs around 19 to 21% is what they're looking at by FY30. And in terms of profit per cross-sell customer, that will scale from almost 1,362 to 3,700 to 3,900 by FY30. So strong guidance coming in from Bajaj as well. What is your view when it comes to these three companies right now, Shriram Finance and the Bajaj Twins, and the rate sensitives which are reacting in trade on the back of the rate cut?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, definitely. We've been seeing interest rates coming down, enough liquidity in the system. This further RBI has today now said infuse further liquidity. So, transmission has, I think, started happening. Demand for credit will go up. And I'm very positive on the rate sensitives, whether it's first the banking sector, NBFC sector. Besides Bajaj Finance, which I'm positive on, Shriram Finance I've been positive on since about last 2-3 months. So that stock has done well. So I continue to hold the stock. But Bajaj Finance also, I feel that from these levels also you can see a decent return if you are investing for 6 months to 1 year. Besides this, I'm even positive on ICICI Bank. So ICICI Bank has not contributed the way other banks or NBFCs have contributed to this rally. So I think ICICI Bank has to do a lot of catching up because they have been showing one of the strongest results in the last few quarters and very strong names, very strong asset quality and a decent liquidity. So that I think that should catch up as far as the banks are concerned. And PSU banks, after seeing some correction which happened because of the FDI disappointment, that the announcement has not come so far. So I think they should also do very well if one is a little longer term, like if you have 1 to 1.5 years perspective, their valuations are still attractive. So besides this, real estate is one space where you've not seen any contribution as far as any rally is concerned. So real estate sector should also start contributing because you've seen a lot of this stock correcting or languishing at the lower levels. So I think that is also one space one should seriously look at.
Interest rate sensitive stocks would be in focus as well. But apart from this, let's go on to a very special segment. My colleague Sumit Sarkar joins in with all the chatter coming in from the dealing room. Sumit, what you are gathering here?
It has been quite a volatile day in trade today. From the day's highest point, we did fall, and then we are recovering somewhat from the day's lowest point at this moment. But then a lot of stock action is what dealers have indicated. Firstly, when it comes to Eternal, that stock has been underperforming the benchmark for quite a while now. And now dealers are indicating that the selling pressure is largely to get over soon for Eternal. So keep an eye out for that counter. Dealers are expecting a bounce from the current levels when it comes to Eternal or Zomato. When it comes to BSE, that is Bombay Stock Exchange, there are buy flows on large HNI desks. Dealers are indicating that the volumes have been quite strong for BSE. In fact, on the expiry day as well, the volumes were quite strong, and that's the reason they are quite bullish on BSE. And when it comes to Crompton, there are buy flows on institutional desks. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter in trade. And lastly, when it comes to Fino Payments Bank, that stock has been buzzing in trade today. It was gaining yesterday as well, and now dealers are indicating that there's a big anticipation that the small finance banking license is something that Fino Payment might get very soon, and that's the reason the stock has been gaining. And few stocks that we indicated earlier, like Healthcare Global on December 1st, where we did indicate that there are buy flows and dealers are expecting strong management commentary on the analyst meet. Well, that has come true, and the stock is also up 0.8% after the analyst meet. And Tata Power was part of a segment on November 26th, where we did indicate that there are buy flows on DI desk, as they were expecting a resolution for the Mundra plant, which was announced by the company yesterday post-market.
Two confirmations coming in. First is Tata Power and the second is HCG as well. Kunal, first question is BSE, strong flows coming in as well. Soumit pointed out the operational data is also strong. Would there be another leg to it, up move coming in here? And this is on a very short-term basis I'm asking you.
I think yes, there could be one leg on the upside is what I'm expecting for BSE. 212 it is where currently trading. We have found support around the mark of 2730, 2735 zone. And this leg of up move can continue to about 2860, 2900 on the upside. So yes, short term looks positive. Can see some good move on Monday's trading session.
Okay, so that's with regards to where BSE goes. That's what we're talking about. In fact, let's just pull up a grow on the screens as well, because right now we're talking about a Cloudflare that did interrupt services when it comes to Zerodha, Grow and other brokers, but it has been resolved is what the statement was coming in. If you look at a Grow, that stock is going to be important because the employees of Grow have also continued to sell their stake. In fact, let me ask Neeraj this quick question. Neeraj, your view when it comes to your capital markets companies?
Yeah, I'm positive on the capital market space. So the companies are like our mutual fund, like something like a Nippon in DAM India. They're like some of these service providers like CDSL, NSDL, CAM, K-Fintech. I think the valuations are pretty attractive there. The stocks, have not really contributed to the way the market has really gone up. So these stocks are among the top of my list as far as buys are concerned. Grow, I'm a little cautious on the valuation. I think Grow when it came around 100, 108, that was a fair value, and then it went close to 190, 195. I'd recommended profit booking at those levels. At these levels, I think best is a hold. I don't see any reason to buy at these valuations. So there are Angel One, for that matter, maybe a little more attractive as far as valuations are concerned.
Thanks so much for that, and do stay with us, gentlemen, because we have to address something that is happening on account of these mass cancellations by Indigo. And it's come to a point where, of course, you have dynamic pricing and demand supply that takes all of this into account, but the prices that you're seeing on some of these flights is almost egregious. Let's go across to Soumit to talk about what the trends are and how much of a difference it is from the regular fares. Soumit, some of this is eye-watering.
Well, because of the flight issues that we are seeing for Indigo, airfares have increased across all routes. But what we have tried to do here is we have tried to compile the data for at least the top 20 routes in the country. And firstly, we are showing you the fares for normal days. Now, this is the average of the last 1 year that we have compiled, and this is the average fare that used to be for a Delhi-Mumbai route on a normal day. It used to be on an average close to 5,262 rupees. But right now, if you're trying to book a flight for tomorrow, that is December 6th, the flights cost around 29,280, which is a jump of nearly 5.6 times. Mumbai-Delhi from 5,232, fares have increased to 23,600, a jump of 4.5 times. Similarly, for Bangalore-Delhi, Delhi-Bangalore, Bangalore-Mumbai and Mumbai-Bangalore, prices have jumped anywhere between 5.6 to 6.7 times. But do remember, these are the fare prices that was on the time when we checked for December 6th. Now for the other routes, if you look at, for Delhi-Kolkata, the fares on normal day were 5,900. At this moment, for December 6th, the fares are 38,700 rupees, which is a jump of nearly 6.6 times. For Kolkata-Delhi, Kolkata-Mumbai and Mumbai-Kolkata, fares have jumped anywhere between 3.5 to 5.7 times. For other routes, for Chennai, if that is coming in, okay, Chennai will come in later, but for Delhi-Hyderabad, fares have jumped 6.7 times. For Hyderabad-Delhi, Hyderabad-Mumbai and Mumbai-Hyderabad, fares have jumped anywhere between 3.6 to 6.3. Now, the highest increase in fare is something that we have seen for the Chennai-Delhi route here. If you can see, from 6,366, which is the normal fare that we see on an average day, the fares have increased to 65,985 rupees. And this too is not for a direct flight. It's for a 17-hour long connecting flight. The fares are this much. The direct flight cost was around 81,000 rupees. And that's a jump of nearly 10.4 times. Now, these fares that we have checked for December 6th is the cheapest fare available. And for all the routes, it was a direct flight except for the Delhi-Chennai, where it was a connecting flight with charges of around 65,985. The direct flight costed around 81,000. Delhi-Patna, 4,989 was the normal fare. It is costing now 23,560, which is a jump of nearly 5 times. And apart from that, if you look at fares like Kolkata, that's pretty much largely what we have compiled for the top 20 routes in the country. And we are seeing that fares have jumped anywhere between 3.5 to 10.4 times.
I don't even know. I mean, Alex was talking about it's getting you tears, but clearly this is probably getting off money of someone's pocket. It's like fleecing of commuters. Anything, Neeraj, that you would want to say on an Indigo? And you had a SpiceJet which had their outcome with regards to the board B investor day also, which was out. And that stock was also seeing some amount of pressure. What would you advise investors to do, Indigo and SpiceJet?
See, SpiceJet, I don't have a view because there have been troubles there, so I'm not really sure whether they're out of their problems as such. But Indigo, I think because the relief that has been provided today until February 9th or 10th, I think that will normalize the situation in, I think, 2-3 days. So as far as Indigo is concerned, that is only one pure play airline company which has been into profits also, has been doing well. So if one has to play the aviation sector, then Interglobe is one, Indigo is one way you can invest. But I've seen that lately that has also become more like a trading game. So you buy when there's a bad news, when the promoters are selling, the stock correct, and you sell if you make some profit and you sell. You can't really buy Interglobe or Indigo and keep it for a longish time because it has not given that kind of a return also over last 6 months to 1 year. So it's more like a trading bet.
Speaking of a trading bet, very, very quick view from Kunal on Interglobe Aviation. Would you trade it right now or would you wait on the sidelines?
Definitely, I'll be waiting on the sidelines, not on the current levels. The downside was what I was expecting is somewhere around 5150. So still probably 100-200 point downside is left. The resistance for the stock is now at 5500, which was the earlier support. So still the stock might consolidate in this broad range for the next 3 to 4 trading sessions, and then probably you will get a clear view on the stock.
All right, gentlemen, we have to slip into a very quick break. On the other side, we'll talk about more stocks and buy today, sell on Monday strategy. Stay tuned.
just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I am honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, this means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
$2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
Are you ready for the best show in town?
Welcome back to India Market Close, and the stock which we'll discuss is Kaynes Tech. Company came out with its annual report, but then their Kotak Securities pointed out some important views which were actually very interesting, and the company actually came out with a rebuttal as well. So we have taken a lot of points here and created a scenario for bull and bear cases. First of all is the acquisitions front. That's the bull case scenario coming in. They are helping the company enter new geographies and segments, but the concerns are still there. What are the concerns? Ambiguous goodwill and reserve adjustments under the acquisition. That's where the financials get hurt for the company. Also, another bull case scenario is that management is stating that the interest rate cost, that itself will work out to be around only 10%, which includes the bill discounting as well. That's the second bull case scenario which I'm talking about. And the bear case scenario over here is that the average borrowing cost in FY25 was at a very high 18%. So this itself contradicts management statement here. But then management also stated that they have reaffirmed the disclosure norms going ahead for the fixed assets, and they have noted it to the future. That means they have recognized what was raised by the brokerages and the investor community. And also the 500 crore net year-end payables, that's also a cause of concern because of the related party transactions. But what are the analysts stating? That's very much important. 14 out of 26 analysts have a buy call, and still because of the correction we saw, a 53% return potential is expected. But looking at the bear case scenario, JP Morgan, they have stated that they are staying overweight, but they will avoid bottom fishing for now. So there are divergence trends coming up when it comes to the overall analysis for Kaynes Tech. But let's move on to the management. They spoke with us and they gave their version of the story.
If you see the 18%, it is including the bill discounting and the working capital. If you split it up, it's coming to only 20%. But if you apply the same logic for the previous year, it was 25%. Because bill discounting as a process when we acquired the new business and the Iskramico, where the metering business, you know the nature of the business, it takes a little longer time to collect it from the receivables of the government and the transactional business of this. It has happened like this. So these are all the transactions. If you apply the same logic, the 17% this year was 25% the previous year. So we fully understand as an organization, we are committed for giving a transparent feedback and information to all the investors, shareholders and people like in the public. But the only thing that we wanted to say is we have given this response because there is a concern that is raised. Yes. As far as we are concerned on all the 6 points, when you see, most of the transactions is as per the statutory standings. The only thing is, during the year of transaction from Iskramico, during the merger of the year, one disclosure is inadvertently missed, but the balance sheet and P&L has that information. That's as a related party transaction. First 6 months they were as a supplier, second 6 months is the part of the related party transaction. That is the only thing that we feel that we will improve in the governance.
Mr. Kunikanan, so that's where the issue arises, because this is not a small transaction, it's 180 crore rupees. So I think the concern that is raised, and of course your statement is that it was inadvertent, but then that's where you have...
It is already, we had no disclosure problem, because if you see, it is there in the balance sheet and everywhere it is there. It is only in Kaynes Electronics, notes to accounts is missing. So it's an error. We agree, we will correct it.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have to talk about this in more detail. So this was a pretty long conversation. There were some clarifications that the company gave, and you can find that entire conversation on our social media platforms. But Deepan, you may not have, so Deepan Mehta, of course, joining in right now to talk to us. Thank you so much for taking the time as always. Can you hear me, Deepan? Okay, I don't think, so you might have to unmute. Okay, so we'll try and fix that. What I want to hear from Deepan is whether he got that clarification the management shared, whether he saw the response that they shared on social media as well, not on social media, actually on the exchanges. The street does not seem to be buying it, and this is something that they've admitted was an error on their part with regard to the reporting of a certain number with regard to one of their subsidiaries, which they say that they're going to correct. But there are question marks that have been raised about the cost of funding. There are question marks about their working capital. They have stated that they're directionally reducing their working capital days, and they want to bring it to 75 eventually, but it's going to take till FY28 for them to do that. Let me first very quickly on the charts get a view from Kunal. Kunal, Kaynes Technology down 12%, and this is a second day of very sharp cuts. How do you react?
I think definitely the structure has got broken on the downside. The next support for the stock, where we have seen buying interest coming in earlier, is around the mark of the 3,900, 4,000 zone. So probably we can see some further dip more into the stock, and probably from those levels we can see, because all the momentum indicators have gone into the oversold zone with this correction. So there could be a technical bounce back coming from around the zone of 4,000 mark. And probably we can see a good bounce back coming back again towards the mark of 4,600, 700 levels. But overall, from a long-term perspective, I think I'll avoid the stock. Even only from a short-term trading perspective, dips towards that 4,000, 4,100 zone could be where one can take a risky bet on the long side, keeping a stop loss of 3,900, and again looking for targets of 4,500, 600 on the upside.
Okay. So that's with the technical view. In fact, we have Deepan Mehta who's with us as well. Deepan, I know we're just probably 3 or 4 minutes, a couple of minutes away from closing, but your view when it comes to the EMS sector, because Kaynes Technology, Amber Enterprises, all of them have been trading under pressure. Now, the kind of correction that has come in from highs, what would you advise investors to do as well, taking the commentary that you heard from the Kaynes management today?
Good afternoon, and sorry for the technical trouble which was there earlier on. We got disconnected.
No problem.
But I think that basically all the EMS companies are trading at very rich valuations. And if there's a miss on the earnings or any such controversy around accounting standards, then investors are certainly going to dump the shares. So these companies are trading at valuations which perhaps are not justified. Although in the case of Kaynes Tech, I think last quarter was exceptionally good. But any negative news flow comes and we're going to see a correction of stock price. My advice to investors would be to remain away from the sector for the time being. It's just too richly valued, and I would wait for a situation where the correction is steeper or the earnings catch up and valuations are reasonable, because right now there's hardly any margin of safety.
Deepan, good afternoon. And, it is to our detriment that we're only going to be able to speak to you for a few minutes. I hope that we'll be able to speak to you soon, because we've got a lot of questions for you. Let me ask you about a couple of pockets. Interest rate sensitives. In the recent past, you've also seen IT make a comeback. And we've spoken to you about both of these in the past. What do you make of today's move, of course, on account of the RBI monetary policy? We're likely to see the end of the rate cut cycle. So from that perspective, what would you be going out to buy?
No, I'm a bit lost. Are we talking about IT services companies? Or
so we're talking about, okay, so let me qualify. Let me qualify. So you have banks that are in focus today on account of monetary policy. In the recent past, you've seen IT make a comeback. And we're talking about both of these sectors in the recent past on account of foreign institutional flows, which have not come through. We're still awaiting those flows coming through. These are usually two sectors that are in focus for those funds to come through. How would you look at these two sectors in the pulls and pushes on the fundamental side that both of them are facing? Not related, but how are you viewing both of them?
So basically your question is two parts. You want to ask about software services companies.
Yes.
And you want to ask about banks also. So basically, I mean, it's better to just frame one sector at a time than two sectors. One gets
I'm trying to fit as much time questions as I can in a short period of time.
Okay, so basically banks, we are generally neutral. Software services basically looks like there could be a trading rally in them, but long term doesn't look that great.
Dipan, a quick question when it comes to the defense pack. Started to trade under pressure today because no major announcements that did come in when it comes to India, Russia. I mean, whatever we heard was mainly related to nuclear, related to the fertilizer companies. What would you advise investors to do with defense as a pack?
I think defense is fairly valued at this point of time, especially PSU defense stocks. Within the private sector, I think there's a degree of overvaluation, but investors are not accounting for high degree of volatility which comes in their earnings. It's a largely well-discovered sector as well. And I think if investors have adequate exposure to defense and remain invested, but from a fresh investment perspective, not at these values, hope for a correction, and corrections do come, at least stock price corrections do come from time to time. Those are good entry points. My preference would be for the defense PSU companies. I think they have a far greater edge than the private sector ones in terms of valuation and in terms of the business that they can get from the government.
Sensitive stocks are also in focus, and out of that, interestingly, let's look at the PFCs and the RECs. Over here, there has been a kind of a negative development coming in. MNRE's statements have been coming in, and largely we see both these stocks are in the positive here, but there was a volatility earlier in the session. Kunal, if you had to pick up something here over a REC or a PFC, would this be a good time to enter these stocks or to stay away from them?
I think REC and PFC in the last 3 to 4 months has completely lost the momentum. They are now trading at the critical support zone, but I'll still wait for a confirmation. I'll not be a buyer at these levels. I'll just give you the levels for REC. REC, the resistance now is around the mark of 360, currently trading at 353. So once 360, 365 zone that is taken out decisively, then probably you can say so buying momentum has come back, and then the stock can go towards 390, 400 levels. So I'll be a buyer only above the mark of 365 for REC. For PFC, again, similarly, the correction has been very sharp. All the technical indicators have been in the oversold zone. It is trading in a downtrend. Again, if one wants to go long, wait for a breakout about 365 on the upside. Once that is taken out, then probably one can see some buying momentum coming back in PFC as well. So at the current levels, there is no trade on both REC and PFC. We still require further confirmation on the upside.
Okay. Dipan, do you have an opinion on the aviation space and specifically on Interglobe Aviation in the context of what you're seeing on Indigo? They are losing in terms of course, the cancellations, but one wonders whether this is going to take a little time to settle and also whether there's a shift on account of customers shifting away.
Well, first of all, we're very positive on the aviation sector. And as a measure of disclosure, we and our clients are invested in Interglobe as well. I think these corrections are temporary in nature, and the problems faced by the company also are transient. Eventually, I think they will work around these situation and again go back to the kind of great operating performance which they have given in the past. I think the next couple of quarters will be very challenging for the company because of not just this aspect, but also the rupee depreciation that may affect the revenues and profitability. The more importantly, the mark-to-market losses may affect the net profit as we have seen for the September quarter. But we remain very confident of the long-term prospects of Interglobe, and I do feel it's one of the few companies which can deliver exceptional returns going forward as well. But as I said, we have invested them, so our views could be a bit biased. And eventually, I think this market share which they have and the kind of structure of the industry, so certainly favors existing players because they have the pricing power. And with oil prices remaining stable, I think eventually the profitability come back very strong. So I'm very positive in Interglobe Aviation, and such corrections are great opportunities for investors who are underweight the sector or to looking at making an entry over there and getting some exposure to a high growth segment within the economy.
Okay. I just wonder, so we have a colleague that looks at the space very closely, and since you are invested and since you probably studied this, I don't know if you've looked at the back of the envelope calculation, but the rough estimate was that they would make a loss of about 2.5 lakh per cancellation. And so to that extent, if they're able to mitigate the number of cancellations, they will be able to get away with not having too much of an impact either on the revenue side or on the bottom line side. Are you of an opinion that this is logical? Deepan, this was for you.
No, but I cannot challenge your experts' opinion that the loss is 2.5 lakh rupees. I am not that well versed with what loss they make every time they cancel a flight. Apologies for that. All I can say is that broadly looking at the numbers, looking at the past track record, and overall what the operating metrics are, considering the kind of capacity addition which is going to come into play, as also the fact that so many smaller airports are coming on stream, and we are seeing a great deal of shift from railways to aviation. It's an aspirational product. So keeping all of these things in mind, and my view, or rather my horizon for investing is 3 to 5 years and beyond. So when I look at all of these things, I feel that the stock is reasonably valued, maybe undervalued also on a longer term basis. But as I said earlier also, that these cancellations and whatever is happening just now is basically like a small air pocket, and they will get out of it sooner or later. So I think that I cannot comment on whether the loss will be 2.5 lakh rupees per flight. I mean, I'm not gone that deep into the company.
Completely fair, Deepan. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Because your question was that we want me to opine on whether 2.5 lakh rupee loss
is fair
per flight. So
that is entirely fair.
I'm not able to respond to that question about 2.5 lakh rupee loss per flight cancellation.
I understand. And so your point is well made. You're investing for 3 years and you anticipate that this will pass. Let me go across to Kunal just to take a quick view on any ideas that you might want to take into next week, Kunal. Something that you're looking on the charts that looks positive heading into the next week.
See, I think a couple of ideas. One is Indus Tower. I think that looks very attractive on the chart. On the technical charts, we have formed a bullish flag pattern, and I'm expecting that to break out on the upside. 415 is where currently trading. 400 should be a stop on the downside. I'm looking for targets of 440 to 460 on the higher end. I think this could be a good buy from the current levels. And next is Lemon Tree. I think Lemon Tree is looking, the setup is looking interesting on the technical charts. Again, bullish formation on the technical charts. I'm expecting this to go towards the mark of 170 in the very short.
Yes, Kunal. We have less time here. Deepan and Kunal, thank you very much for giving your time for both a fundamental and technical perspective. But this week, we are expecting the markets to actually end near the day's high level. The Friday numbers is expected to come in nearly the 26,200 odd crore mark. If you can just show how the ending is happening, Nifty Bank also almost a 450 point uptake coming in. So largely the markets are cheering RBI MPC meet, and of course, the macro developments which are taking place globally. Let's see what the constituents have placed in the Nifty 50, how that things have been moving. IT, interest rate sensitive stocks, all of them doing well. Shriram Finance, of course, leading the pack. And in terms of reds, you see Eternal and Interglobe Aviation, that's where the downtick is coming in. But net, it's a very strong day. Let's look at the sectoral names also doing well. Largely, your interest rate sensitive PSU banking, IT, all of them doing really well in the day's trade. But the small caps haven't actually come to this party, and defense stocks also in the red, as no major announcements have come in from PM Modi and Putin's beat as well. Let's see the advanced decline ratio, how it's actually sharpening. And now we see it was largely even Stevens, but towards the end, the declines were more. Mid caps did well. Let's pull up the Nifty Mid Cap 250 index. Largely, they have been in the green, but small cap, there was no value buying for the third straight session. It's nearly ending at the day's low level. Apart from this, let's look at the BSE 500 contributors where the movement has happened. Largely NBFCs and metal names have done well all throughout, but the downtick is coming in Easy Trip, Indigo. These are the travel aviation stocks, and also some chemical names, Bandhan Bank also seeing some reversals in their trade as well. But what you will be watching out for over the weekend and even next week, that's also very much important. Eyes for the globe, it's India's forex levels and also China's balance of trade, which would be in focus. Next week, most importantly, is your Fed FMC meet, Bicon's fundraise, and interestingly, financial results from recently listed companies and business updates for these companies as well. So these are one of the board meetings is something which we are expecting for next week, and NSCL Industries and 1.1 fundraising also comes in. So major triggers are of course there, but macro triggers are something which you'll be focusing on, and these are the shares where the lock-in, share lock-in will be exiting as well. And IPO opening back to the primary markets, especially Wakefit Innovation, is something which you should have your focus on. So these are the major cues we are expecting for the next week. But hold on, today is Friday, markets are cheering it, and so is the movie industry, the OTT industry, and a favorite segment, one of mine as well, is the Popcorn Pulse. Shreyansi guess. So Shreyansi, what's there this week?
Well, absolutely. And Sharad, before I get to that question, what is the longest movie that you've watched off late?
Longest movie off late, I guess Jodha Akbar, 4 hours.
Alright, then, so this is the one that you have just after that, because this is the longest movie in a lot of yours that I'll be discussing, in fact, and a bunch of important dialogues. This is one of your favorites, Sharad. This is a movie made with a budget of 280 crores as well.
Exactly, and this one of the best promos they had. And for last 6 months odd, I've been hearing it all across in YouTube, and now this comes in. I don't mind 3 hours run for this.
Well, absolutely, and this is the one that we're going to be discussing on Popcorn Pulse, and this is the first one to be talking about. When you take a look at the next one as well, in terms of some key details when it comes to this one, this is the longest Hindi film in 17 years as well, since Jodha Akbar, and that's the one that you're looking at. But tell you what, let's also take a look at the next slate in terms of the OTTs that you should be watching out for, and the release date for this one is December 3rd. My Secret Santa is the one to watch out for. And this is the one that you can watch for a little bit of a comfort watch when it comes to some of your Christmas movies. And the second one that you should be looking at is also the one with, big fun, big sweaters, big stars. And it's a little bit of a comfort movie when it comes to this one as well. So keep an eye on all of these OTT releases as well. And of course, that's the one to watch out for in terms of the Durandar.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
$2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, this means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
Are you ready for the best show in town? NDTV Golf Pro-Am, we are coming to your city. Stay tuned.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways. You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ITC CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show and let's see how the markets have fared today. So benchmarks enjoy the Friday cheer, ending at the day's high on the back of RBI's MPC's decision to cut rates. PSU Bank lead the gains, ending nearly 1.5% higher. Meanwhile, it's chaos in the skies and panic on the ground. Indigo, India's largest domestic carrier, has cancelled all flights till midnight at the Delhi airport. More than hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru and Hyderabad over 4 days, leaving thousands stranded and also desperate. Passengers have been struggling to deal with the cancellations. What's more, December airfares have soared and ticket prices on key routes rise 4 to 10 times compared to normal days. Indigo has already warned of more disruptions till at least December 8th. And as you can see on your screens, the extent of the chaos is such that a newlywed couple from Karnataka's Hubballi had to attend their own reception virtually. The bride and the groom, who had booked tickets from Bhubaneswar to Bengaluru and onwards to Hubballi for December 2, were stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed from 9 a.m. on Tuesday until early morning the next day. So the flight was eventually cancelled on December 3. More on the story, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, or the DGCA, has withdrawn the rule that barred airlines from substituting pilots' weekly rest with leave. The regulator said that the move comes amid major operational disruptions and also representations from airlines seeking flexibility to ensure continuity and also stability of the operations. With the change, airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest to stabilize crew rosters. Now, the DGCA has said that the withdrawal is effective immediately, allowing carriers to consider pilots' weekly rest as leave. Now, in the wake of Indigo's severe operational disruption, viewers, the DGCA has also granted the airline a series of sweeping relaxations and flight duty time limitations norms. So, a move that has triggered sharp criticism from the aviation experts. The regulator has temporarily withdrawn the key restrictions on the night duty limits and also weekly rest rules. So, officials have described the move as a one-time conditional measure that will remain in force until February 10, with a mandatory review every 15 days of the FDTL norms. Night duty has been reverted from midnight to 6 a.m. back to midnight to 5 a.m. Another clause which limited pilots to 2 landings during operations that encroach into night duty has been removed altogether. Now, the much-awaited Modi and Putin meet kicks off. His second day includes meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and discussions on strengthening India-Russia relations. Now, discussions will be focused on the bilateral trade agreement between the two countries. Putin has said that Russia is ready for uninterrupted shipments of fuel to India and that Russia is looking at expanding cooperation in the energy sector. Here's the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee cut the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25% on Friday, marking its third reduction in FY26. The move has extended the 125 basis point easing delivered this financial year as the central bank continued to steer policy through a period of low inflation and also steady growth. So the committee kept its stance neutral. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said in a video address that all the 6 MPC members voted for the cut, while 5 of them voted for the stance. Now, RBI made the decision against a backdrop of easing the prices and also firm domestic demand. Malhotra said in a video address that inflation had come down faster than expected and described the current environment of the low prices and also strong growth as a rare Goldilocks period. Viewers, the RBI also raised FY26 GDP growth estimates to 7.3% from 6.8% earlier. Now, it reduced the FY26 CPI inflation forecast to 2% from 2.6% earlier. The central bank has been tasked by the government to ensure that CPI-based retail inflation remains at 4% with a margin of 2% on either side. So, RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said that core inflation remained mostly stable in September and October, and this is despite the ongoing price pressures from precious metals. Excluding gold, core inflation decreased to 2.6% in October. In general, the reduction in the inflation has become more widespread. In fact, the RBI also announced that it will buy government securities of 1 lakh crore rupees through an open market operations in December. So the central bank will also conduct a currency swap worth $5 billion this month. It also plans to buy dollars and sell them back 3 years later. So Malhotra has explained that RBI's move is aimed at injecting durable liquidity into the system. Following the liquidity remarks, the yield on the 10-year benchmark bond fell to 6.45%, but recovered slightly shortly after. So the Indian rupee too weakened past the 90 per dollar mark for the second time this week. In fact, RBI's rate cut also had a rippling effect across the markets today, putting several sectors firmly in focus. For banks, lending costs have come down, improving the outlook for both the retail and corporate loan growth. NBFCs are also big beneficiaries, with cheaper borrowing costs likely to fuel stronger credit expansion. The housing and realty sector is seeing renewed buying interest as home loans turn more affordable, boosting the demand sentiment. And in trade, bank stocks have rebounded sharply. US Reserve Bank of India cuts the repo rate by 0.25% to 5.25% today, signaling cheaper credit for borrowers. So this move comes as the central bank aims to support growth amid moderating inflation. Home loans, personal loans and business borrowings are all expected to get more affordable. So analysts are saying that this could give a boost to consumption and also investment in the months ahead. Now, in the wake of Kotak's critical report, Kaynes Tech Executive Vice Chairman Ramesh, spoke to NDTV Profit, where he defended the company's financial reporting practices. The Kotak report had flagged several account inconsistencies, and also, he pushed back against the broader allegations. Among its many allegations, the Kotak report had highlighted a sharp rise in the contingent liabilities estimated at 18% of net worth. So he attributed this, to the bill discounting and working capital requirements specific to the metering business, where government receivables often face delays. Viewers, next up we have Kesoram Industries, that is in the upper circuit, with Frontier Warehousing launching an open offer to acquire 8.07 crore shares, representing a 26% stake in the company. So the total offer size comes to 44.26 crore rupees, fully payable in cash. The open offer was triggered after Frontier signed a share purchase agreement with the promoters to buy 13.29 crore shares, that amounts to nearly 42.8% of Kesoram's equity. So this development follows Ultratech Cement's earlier announcement of a 1:52 share swap ratio for acquiring Kesoram cement business. Next up, we have Zen Technologies, so it was in focus today as it secured a significant new defense order, receiving 120 crore rupees of contracts from the Defense Ministry. So the order is for supplying a comprehensive training node. With this win, the company's consolidated order book now stands at 675 crore rupees as of October. So for context, Zentech had logged 94 crore rupees in new orders during Q2, making this a notable acceleration in the company's order intake momentum. Viewers, at its analyst meet, SpiceJet has signaled a major ramp-up ahead, outlining an aggressive scale-up in the operations through H2 of FY26 and into FY27. So the airline has already expanded its fleet to 68 aircraft as of December 2025. So its operational fleet has risen even faster, from 19 to 32 planes in the same period. Now, available seat kilometers, or the ASK, have doubled from 55 crore in Q2 to 110 crore by December 2025. So SpiceJet expects that figure to double again to 220 crores by December 2026. The airline has also highlighted a strategic shift, increasing the concentration of operations at a few key airports. Viewers, Ola Electric stock has crashed to half its IPO price and also hit an all-time low in today's session. The stock has slumped to 34.8 rupees, down a steep 65% from its all-time high of 100.4 rupees. Now, trading volumes have also surged to 7 times the 20-day average. So the slide has been relentless. The stock is down 26% over the past month and nearly 64% over the past year. So Ola Electric has, however, guided for 1,000 to 1,200 crore rupees in FY27 revenue. It also says that its Giga factory has been commissioned at 2.5 gigawatt with plans to scale it up to 5.9 gigawatt per hour, and also by March 2026. But for now, market sentiment remains sharply negative as the stock continues its steep correction. Viewers, next up we have Hindustan Construction Company. So the shares have dropped over 22% on December 5, 2025, its lowest level since August 2023, coinciding with the record date for its 1,000 crore rights issue. So the issue opens on December 12 and also closes on December 22nd, offering 277 new shares per 630 held at 12.5 rupee each. So the sharp fall reflects ex-rights adjustment and also dilution concerns as the share base may swell by over 43%. HCC aims to bolster its balance sheet and also, amid this weaker revenue and margins, following a 25% net profit drop in Q2 of FY26. Now, Moody's have seen some mixed reactions. Earlier, stock rallied around 14% on the record date announcement, but reversed ahead of the ex-rights date. Viewers, next up we have Diamond Power that has secured a major order worth 747 crore rupees from Adani Green Energy. Now the contract is for the supply of transmission cables with completion slated for 2026. The deal adds to the company's growing order book and also underscores strong demand in the renewable energy infrastructure space. Next up, we have Tata Power's Mundra plant that is set to restart operations from December 31, ending a temporary shutdown that began on October 17. So the suspension had been an overhang for the stock and its removal is seen as a positive for the sentiment. So the resumption is expected to restore the generation capacity and also ease supply concerns in the power sector. Your shares of ITC Hotels, the recently demerged hospitality arm of ITC, has witnessed a large transaction, taking place today. As many as 18.75 crore shares of ITC Hotels, or 9% of the company's outstanding equity, changed hands during the large trade, and is, the BAT, or the British American Tobacco, is likely the seller. So earlier on Thursday, BAT said its wholly owned subsidiaries, tobacco manufacturers and Middleton Investment Company and also Rothmans International Enterprises plan to divest up to 14.58 crore shares. So that represents roughly 7% of the firm's outstanding equity. So for context, BAT currently owns 15.3% of the company. Viewers, Amazon is aggressively expanding its footprint in India's hyper-competitive quick commerce market, aiming to establish over 300 micro-fulfillment centers across key metropolitan areas like Bengaluru, Delhi and Mumbai by the end of the year. So these small localized warehouses, often referred to as dark stores, are strategically positioned close to residential clusters, enabling Amazon now to offer delivery of thousands of daily essentials within minutes. So the rapid rollout, which will take the total MFC count to over 300, is a clear indicator of Amazon's intent to capture a larger share in the segment currently dominated by rivals like Blinkit, Zepto and Swiggy Instamart. Viewers, Russian authorities have blocked access to Snapchat and Apple's FaceTime in the latest move by Moscow, clamping down on foreign tech platforms. So in a separate announcement on Thursday, Russian state internet regulator has accused both the platforms of being used to organize and also carry out terrorist acts within the country. Now, while cracking down on foreign tech, the Kremlin has promoted its own national messenger app, Max. Developed by the state-controlled tech firm VK Max, has been touted as a one-stop shop for messaging. Now, online government services is also making payments. Now, in a significant step towards redefining automotive logistics in India, Motherson, through its joint venture, has announced an agreement with Digi Airport Limited, which is a subsidiary of Adani Ports, now to establish a dedicated facility for auto exports at the Digi Airport, in Maharashtra. Now, this is one of APS's, 15 strategic ports. So Digi is now set to expand its capabilities to support India's automotive growth story under the Make in India initiative, enabling seamless export and also import of vehicles for global markets. SEBI has barred financial influencer Avadhoot Sathe and his firm Avadhoot Sathe Trading Academy Private Limited from the securities market. So the regulator has also directed them to disgorge 546 crore rupees of unlawful gain earned from the alleged unregistered investment advisory and also research analyst business. Now, according to the order, it was primarily Avadhoot Sathe who played a major role in devising a scheme wherein course participants were lured to trade in specific stocks. Here's Digi Yatra, India's SSI-based privacy by design air travel platform, has reached 19 million downloads and enabled over 77 million seamless journeys across 24 airports, with adoption now at 30%. So in a release, the company said that it aims for 80% adoption by 2028 and is preparing for global integration in 2026. So Digi Yatra has also begun a beta rollout of 6 regional languages through its partnership with Bhashini. So the feature will expand to all 22 Indian languages, supporting the Ministry of Civil Aviation's push to make digital travel more accessible and also user-friendly nationwide. Simone Tata, mother of Noel Tata and stepmother of Ratan Tata, passed away in Mumbai on Friday morning at the age of 95. Now, she survived by her son Noel, his wife Alu Mistry and grandchildren. Simone Tata's contribution to the Indian business landscape and the Tata legacy remain unparalleled. She was a visionary entrepreneur who transformed Lakme into a top cosmetics brand, steering its growth and eventual sale to Hindustan Unilever in the 1990s. Now on to some sports news now. Cristiano Ronaldo has joined the list of high-profile investors backing Perplexity AI following Lewis Hamilton's recent investment. CEO Arvind Srinivas announced the development on Friday, highlighting growing interest from global icons in the AI-powered search platform. Perplexity, known for its conversational search capabilities, has been attracting attention, and amid the rising competition in the AI space, the investment underscores the increasing crossover between sports and celebrities and also technology ventures, signaling confidence in AI-driven innovation. Viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
'25 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit. The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
Are you ready for the best show in town? NDTV Golf Pro-Am, we are coming to your city. Stay tuned.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I am honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, this means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं. उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ITC for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome to NDTV Profit. This time we're doing Profit 360 with a twist. As you can see, I am on the ground at Terminal 2 in Mumbai. Today we're covering Indigo's crisis. People have been stranded here at the airport for hours. Behind me, you see a large crowd, and I'm in fact going to go across to them to talk to a few people. I have a family with me from Kenya. They've flown to India after 19 years, and let's find out what has happened. In fact, they were about to take a flight to Jaipur, but they've been waiting, and they're waiting with no vision ahead. So, sir, could you please tell us your problem?
Yeah, so basically we flew in from Kenya yesterday. And obviously it was a long flight and, quite tired. And then we were looking forward to going to Jaipur. And obviously we've been here, we've come back to India after 19 years. And unfortunately, we found out this morning that Indigo had problems with their flights. And so we decided that we will come to the airport and check. And thinking that our flight's at 4:30 in the afternoon and we'll get on. And on the opposite side, obviously we've already booked our Jaipur hotels, paid for it in full. And now we are not going to be able to get on the flight as it's been cancelled. And my son's here the first time in India. We thought we'd show him India, being with Indian ancestry. And unfortunately, we are facing this problem where we might have to just completely give up on the Jaipur side because what if we get there somehow? Say we get there tomorrow and then on the return we face the same problem.
Yeah. So as you can see, customers here are waiting with no hope. Like they don't know when they will be able to take their next flight. You see behind me these crowds. When I had come to the airport, I saw a lot of them fighting with the crew. And you know what's surprising? Because Indigo, one of India's largest domestic air carriers, just has this booth to cater to a crowd as long as this. And all these people have been waiting here for more than 4 hours. That's a long time. And in the last 3 days, viewers, about more than 1,500 flights have been cancelled. And today alone, over 500 flights have been cancelled. This is a huge number that we're dealing with. In fact, these people, they don't have any clarity on when they'll get their next flight. Some people had checked in their luggages, but some luggages have already gone in, some are out, some have not been refunded their fares, and it's a huge, utter chaos. In fact, we will get our reporters also joining us, from various different locations to give us different perspectives. And in fact, I have my colleague Danish joining us now on DGCA's perspective on all of this. Danish, over to you. What can you give us right now?
The DGCA has withdrew its basically the DGCA has given an exemption to airlines as far as the weekly rest period is concerned. As per the mandate, the pilots were supposed to get weekly off and at least 36 hours of weekly rest period, which was increased to 48 hours as under the new FDTL norms. But now if any pilot is on a weekly off, then even that will be calculated as the rest period. And DGCA has done this because we are seeing a lot of flight disruptions, especially by Indigo from the past 2-3 days. And now what will happen if a pilot is on a weekly off, then that will be considered his rest period. So that is one big update that has come from the DGCA side. But on the other hand, as far as the relief just for Indigo is concerned, DGCA has exempted the night time definition. So as per the earlier FDTL norms, the landing any time between 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. that was considered as night landing, and under the new FDTL norms, this was stretched from 5 a.m. till 6 a.m. So basically, the new FDTL norms talked about night landing from 12 a.m. till 6 a.m. But Indigo has been given an exemption only till 10th of February. So the Indigo pilots that are landing between 12 a.m. Till 5 a.m. Only that will be considered as night and not 6 a.m. So this is a big relief for Indigo as far as relief for Indigo is concerned. But overall, we are seeing that DGCA has been fully active on everything. The DGCA held 2 meetings yesterday. One was with Indigo, in which Indigo clearly talked about the challenges and the problems that they faced. The DGCA as well as the ministry, they really pulled over Indigo and they asked them and they really questioned them that if you were unsure about the adequate number of crews that you have, and by that I mean the cockpit crew, the pilots, if you were not sure that you will be having ample number of pilots for your winter operations, then why did you apply for so many slots in the winter period? But all in all, if we see, the government is doing the best that it can from its side, and the government is also facing a lot of resistance from the pilots.
Right, Danish. Thank you so much for giving us that update on DGCA's rule on the roster format. But I also have my colleague Ronit joining us to understand how is this crisis also flaring up hotel prices. Ronit, if you could tell us, passengers have been stranded, of course, for so many hours on airports, and most of them would, of course, try and go to nearby hotels. But we have learned that the hotel prices have increased over 30%. Could you please give us information on this?
For the past 3 days, Indigo flyers have been facing a lot of trouble due to flight cancellations. During these past 3 days, more than 550 Indigo flights have got cancelled. Now there is another story that is developing right now. The hotels situated near the T1 Mumbai airport, when I checked the prices of the hotels situated near the T1 Mumbai airport has increased by around 30 to 35%. I got in touch with the management of like 3 hotels situated near the domestic airport. They were saying that at one hotel, when I checked, the price of single occupancy room, it increased by, it was earlier like 6,000 rupees, now it is like 8,000 rupees. And in another hotel, when I checked the price, now it is like 10,400 rupees. Earlier it was like 8,400. That hotel even said that all the rooms are now booked fully and there are no rooms available right now. So this has been causing a lot of inconvenience to the passengers whose flight has got cancelled due to some unforeseen circumstances. And suppose if those flyers who want to stay near the airport, who want to stay at a hotel nearby the airport, they will also find it very difficult to find such hotels because the prices of those rooms have now got increased. Now the hotel management, they were saying that for like around 3-4 days in a row, that is after now, the prices will remain elevated and there will be no changes in the prices of these hotels. Now, as far as the Indigo situation is concerned, there is no normalcy in this situation as well, and the management is saying that it will take some time to bring this situation into normalcy. So only the time can tell.
And viewers, we've also learned that Indigo has issued a statement on this entire crisis. Of course, they've apologized for the chaos that they've caused and the discomfort that they've caused to so many thousands of stranded passengers. In fact, as of this morning, we had also learned that all the flights departing from Delhi have been cancelled until midnight. And my colleague Danish, in fact, has been tracking this very closely. Danish, you're joining us now. What can you tell us on Indigo's statement and what has been their side of the story so far?
Well, as far as Indigo's side of the story is concerned, they have just clearly apologized and they have accepted that they could have planned the roster in a much better way. And this is what the pilot associations are also accusing Indigo about, that these FDTL norms are not new, and especially these were the second phase of the FDTL norms that was supposed to kick in from 1st of November. So the pilot associations are saying that if this was a very big and a very deep crisis, then even other airlines would have been cancelling the number of flights. But coming to what Indigo said in its statement, first of all, it apologized to all the stakeholders, the passengers, the airports, the AAI, the ministry, the DGCA, and they have really expressed their sadness that such a situation is happening in the country, and because of that, the entire aviation ecosystem has gone for a toss. And they have also, as a goodwill gesture, Indigo has also offered to fully refund for the flight cancellations from 5th December till the 15th of December. So this is what Indigo has said. And in fact, even yesterday we had accessed an internal email which was written by Mr. Peter Elbers, who's the CEO of Indigo, to its employees. And he clearly told his employees that we need to buck up, we need to stay as one team. The way we rose to the moment when the A320 software update issue happened. So he expects everyone to be close-knit. He expects the entire team of Indigo to work as one unit. They don't want any kind of fights or any kind of issues between the employees. So they're trying to ensure that the employees at Indigo, they're motivated, the pilots are motivated, the cabin crew members are motivated, because no one can understand, because it is very difficult to really understand from a pilot's point of view and also from a cabin crew's point of view that what these guys must be going through, because everyone works really hard, and then ultimately if the management decides that you can't fly because you want to recalibrate the entire operations, then they're completely helpless. But Indigo just offers its apology to the public, to the stakeholders, and they've offered full refunds from 5th December till 15th December.
Thanks for that, Danish. In fact, viewers, we're currently being joined by Jitendra Bhargava. He's a former ED at Air India, as well as Ashwini Kakkar, Managing Partner at InVenture and Director TTPC. Thank you so much, Ms. Kakkar and Mr. Bhargava, for joining us at this given point in time. I'd like to ask you the first question. When I came to the airport, so many people have been angry, frustrated, stranded. I just want to know, according to you, where has Indigo gone wrong, and could all this chaos have been prevented? Mr. Kakkar.
If we look at it, Indigo has been there in the business for 19 years and has done commendably well on all fronts. It's a very, very difficult way to look at it as to what created these 4 days of chaotic reign on the Indian aviation. It has not only impacted Indigo's own reputation, but also Indian aviation. Now, we all know that DGCA had come out with revised FDTL, flight duty time limitation norms. There was enough time given to all the airlines to work out their manpower requirement and plan for it. Why Indigo faltered, one does not know. Your correspondent just said that Indigo has come out with a detailed statement apologizing. Now, my question to Indigo management is, what prevented them from saying so 4 days ago, planning and saying which of the flights will get cancelled, how many flights will get cancelled, so that people did not have to come to the airport and face an ugly situation? And I'm also sympathetic toward the Indigo staff who have faced the wrath of the public. Then comes the role of DGCA. I believe Indigo had approached DGCA some time ago, seeking an extension if the FDTL limitation implementation date. DGCA at that time declined. Now, perhaps the situation could have been worked out and said, look, this will be the scenario that will unfold if the DGCA is not given. Of course, the credibility matters. If Indigo had genuine issues, DGCA had realized it, perhaps we would have prevented these 4 days of chaotic rule at the airports, disruption in flights, very unfortunate part in the Indigo. I have not witnessed this thing at the airports. The way the passengers are angry, fares have shot up, hotel rooms have shot up, and they really do not know what is it. The good redeeming part is that eventually FDTL norms have been given some relaxation for a while for Indigo to pull up their socks, get in more people, ensure stability. The second part being Indigo having suspended all flights. I very often said, now to prevent a cascading effect of the last 4 days on the next few days, the best thing is to stabilize. For stabilization is shut down your operations, reboot your operations, start afresh in the morning tomorrow, so people are credible that the flights that they are taking will operate. Indigo will sound more credible in their claim that we are bringing in stability. So what we have witnessed in the past 4 days is an ugly phase that we should not remember. Let's hope Indigo can pull up its socks, ensure that flights are normalized as early as possible. And DGCA and Indigo and other airlines must learn their lessons. Be credible in what you are saying. If you are seeking DGCA's relaxation, be genuine, unfold the whole scenario before it, because then if DGCA still does not give permission, it can be accountable. But in this case, I think Indigo is at fault. The buck must stop at the doors of the senior management of Indigo.
Ashwini Kakkar into this conversation, sir. Yes, completely understand. I'd actually also would want Ashwini Kakkar to comment on this. Ma'am, the pilots' body believes that Indigo engineered this entire crisis. How do you think that was possible?
Well, it's actually a crisis which was waiting to happen under the new FDTL rules, because these rules were actually intimated to the airline a long time ago, and the first phase was already successfully implemented. And it is a complete planning failure on the part of Indigo, because Indigo could have planned this much better. It is clearly known that Indigo has a 65% market share in the country's domestic aviation, and it has 2,300 flights a day. Now, clearly, their scheduling process, all this should have been properly managed so that these things could have been sorted out weeks in advance. Otherwise, they should have pre-announced cancellations of a lot of flights, which they did not do. I think this is clearly, like my colleague says, at the doorstep of Indigo Airlines. Now, clearly, they have been planning everything cut to cut, and night flights, day flights, everything, in such a manner that they employ minimal possible staff, especially the flying crew. This has obviously resulted in this complete mess where there are thousands and thousands of stranded passengers. Even today, approximately 800 flights have been cancelled across the country. I mean, can you imagine all the people who have urgent work or who have deaths in the family, who are elderly, who are going for medical treatment? I mean, what is their status? I mean, it's a complete no situation. I mean, even the trains are overloaded. The hotels, especially the ones around the airports, are facing the wrath of passengers who they have not booked even, because not only are they charging extortionate room night charges, but they are overcrowded. Equally, I think if you look at the ground transportation around airports, it's in complete chaos, because people are rushing to the airport to see maybe there is a chance that I will get a flight. But nobody's getting those flights, so people are coming in, people are going out. It's a complete mess. Now, added to this, the weather situation will not help, because this is the worst period for fog in the whole country, and that is going to exacerbate the situation. And at the end of the day, who will pay for this? I think Indigo should be responsible and made to pay for this whole fiasco. I can give you the example of my old aunt who came on a British Airways flight, 90 years old, stranded at the airport for maybe 18 hours.
Mr. Kakkar,
not being able to get the domestic connection.
Mr. Kakkar and Mr. Ashwini Bhargava, just a second, because sorry to butt you in, but another byproduct of this calamity is the fact that airfares have increased 4 to 10 times. In fact, due to this stricter roster rules for pilots and mass cancellations, airfares have gone high. And I was speaking to a passenger just a moment ago, and he was saying that a flight costed him 1 lakh within India. So I, in fact, have my colleague Somit joining us now to help us understand the magnitude to which airfares have ballooned because of this crisis. Somit, over to you.
SpiceJet stock remains in focus given the fact that the company conducted their physical analyst meet yesterday, largely post-market. Now, what are the key takeaways that are coming in from this analyst meet? Firstly, the management has guided for a sharp scale-up in their operations in the second half of this financial year and in FY27 as well. They have clearly mentioned that their fleet size has increased by nearly 18% from 54, which was the number that we had seen in the second quarter. This has increased to 68, while the operational fleet size has increased from 19 to 32, a growth of nearly 65%. 19 was the fleet number that we had seen in the second quarter, while the operational fleet size at this moment for SpiceJet stands at 32. Their ASK, that is the capacity or the available seat kilometer, that has doubled over the same time frame from 55 crore to 110 crore, and they're expecting this capacity to double by the end of 2026. From 110 crore right now, this number will grow to around 220 crore by December 2026. Also, the management clearly said that their focus remains on some or the few main airports and not on pan-India basis. They'll look to increase their operations in certain airports that the management has mentioned. And when it comes to the debt side or the liability side, they're saying that
explaining that to us, Somit. And Mr. Bhargava, just getting you back into this conversation, DGCA relaxed the definition of night and doubled the number of night landings allowed. What is your take on this, and how do you think this is going to affect the entire aviation space?
We need to understand that DGCA had come out with the revised regulations in the interest of safety, because pilots had been demanding. Pilots can't be fatigued when they're operating flights. They were fighting for some years. The court intervened and DGCA eventually came up, even though airlines were not in favor of it. That's one part. The second part is that if you wish to get normalcy in operations, knowing fully well you don't have the number of pilots that you require to maintain your flight schedule, there is a need to give relaxation for a limited period of time. Of course, DGCA has made it clear that it's restricted till February. You will submit a report. In the meantime, augment the strength of pilots to work it out. So that is the way it is. I have no reason to believe that Indigo is facing genuine requirement or the shortage of pilots. DGCA is interested in putting normalcy back in civil aviation, so they've taken this step. People may say that, look, relaxation in FDTL, once you have agreed, can lead to compromises on safety. As an airline person, I can say very categorically, no, it will not happen. Airlines have the highest stake in ensuring that the airline is safe, and they will take requisite measures to ensure safe operations. It shouldn't happen. Then your question of the fares skyrocketing, well, it's a demand and supply situation. Indigo has 65% market share. And when you have large-scale cancellation, the capacity drops. And what are people scampering for? Those people who are booked on Indigo wanting to get onto the other airlines which are operating services. And the fares will go up. When the demand exceeds the capacity in the market, fares are astronomical. I have a case of yesterday where a passenger wanting to fly from Mumbai to Dehradun had the fare of 74,000 on Indigo. At the same time, the Dubai fare was only 17,000. Now, this can basically say, well, you have a large capacity available on the Mumbai-Dubai sector, but Mumbai-Dehradun sector limited flights, and therefore the fare shot up. But question comes in. When a passenger cancels his flight, airline forfeits almost 90% of the fare. Now, when an airline cancels flight, why should a passenger be left hanging? Why should a passenger face inconvenience, pay up more when they want to travel on the other airlines? And let's not also forget, they lose their working day, they spend money on going to the airport and coming back, there's compensation to be given. What has DGCA to say on it?
Right,
what have airlines got to say on it?
Sir, because we're running out of time. So sorry, we're running out of time. I'd also like to get in Mr. Kakkar into this conversation back again. Mr. Kakkar, NDTV Profit had broken an exclusive story last evening where we said that Indigo had offered to buy back leaves of its pilots and offered to pay them 1.5 times their salary. According to you, is this a solution, is this a good solution in the long term, or is this a short-term patchwork?
This is complete patchwork, and in the long run, it will not work. I think the airline has to look at having a sufficient number of pilots who will be able to service the needs of the airline. I mean, and I think DGCA should also insist that there is a proper structural solution to the problem and not a patchwork solution. Because getting a pilot from here or there and then kind of that pilot not being available to the other airlines and so on and so forth, all this will not work. I think it has to be, if you want to run an airline with 65% market share, you have to run it in a manner which behooves the 65% market share. And I also think that, what Mr. Bhargava said is a very crucial point, that the airline must be made to pay for the losses that the customers have suffered. When a customer cancels a flight, the airline just takes away the entire amount and, does not refund anything or next to nothing. Now, in this case, when the airlines are cancelling the flights, I think they should be made to pay to the passenger, especially those who have, of course, not for third-party damages, not for the business loss or anything, but for the new flights that they have had to buy at extortionist prices.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kakkar and Mr. Bhargava, for giving us your inputs on this very heated crisis at the moment. And viewers, As you stay tuned to NDTV Profit, there's just one message that I'd like to give you. When we spoke to a lot of stranded customers, all of them told us just one thing. If Indigo couldn't see this coming, at least the solution was expected. As headlines are made on this, one answer will always be a blank space. Until when are these stranded passengers going to wait on the airport asking either for their funds, their refunds, or their luggages stuck inside the airports? This is Malika Mishra from Terminal 2 in Mumbai. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
– 2025 has been a tremendous year.
The Indian economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Figures speak for themselves. Over a decade, the GDP of the country has almost doubled, and in terms of the purchasing power parity, it increased by 2.5 times. Thanks to the sound economic policy and such landmark initiatives by Prime Minister Modi as Make in India program, India is strengthening its technological sovereignty. The Indian processing and light industry, IT sector and pharmaceuticals take leading positions in the world. In Russia, we study the Indian experience with interest, and it is used in implementation of our national programs of import substitution and localization of products with high value added. The leadership of two countries, and Prime Minister Modi and I in person, pay particular attention to deepening multifaceted economic ties between Russia and India. Following today's negotiations, we adopted the program for the development of Russian and Indian economic cooperation. This comprehensive document aims at making sure that we can achieve the goal Mr. Modi and I set for ourselves, so that we can increase the trade volume by 2030 to $100 billion. It requires most active efforts of business communities from both countries, aimed at further expanding and diversification of trade volumes and building balanced structure of reciprocal trade. Given the significant trade deficit of Russia, the Russian business, our companies, are ready to manifold increase the purchase from India of a widest range of goods and services. We are interested in it, dear friends, because it makes our economy more resilient. From their part, Indian entrepreneurs, as was demonstrated by the forum, are equally interested in trading with Russia. They have something to offer, so the synergy is obvious. So it would only be logical that projects contributing to greater supplies of Indian products to Russia receive priority attention in implementation of the new export support program recently adopted by the government of Mr. Modi. From my part, I would like to assure the business circles that all useful initiatives aimed at development of mutual economic exchanges will be further supported by Russian ministries and authorities. No doubt, the key role in creating conditions for a truly free trade between our countries is played by the Intergovernmental Commission. It is important that together in close cooperation we eliminate the Romanian customs and administrative barriers which stay in the way of reciprocal movement of goods, services and capitals. In this regard, a strong impetus, as it seems, could be given by rapid signature of a preferential trade agreement between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. Free trade is unthinkable without a resilient system of bilateral settlements and reliable payment and insurance mechanisms. Tangible advantages are offered by the use of national currencies. It makes it possible to ensure uninterrupted financial transactions regardless of external developments. And obviously, accessibility of transport and logistics communications plays a crucial role. A lot is already being done in this regard. Implementation of the project to create the corridor south-north from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean is ongoing. And infrastructure modernization of the Northern Sea route is being modernized in order to use it for the supplies of Indian goods to the world markets. Obviously, the cooperation of our two countries should not be limited to trade alone. We should move on and enhance our industrial cooperation. Together, we should create new cutting-edge products and strengthen technological alliances. First and foremost in such advanced and knowledge-intensive sectors as digitalization, autonomous robotics, pharmaceuticals, including synthesis of efficient pharmaceuticals and production of high-tech medicine equipment. We are ready for broad cooperation with India in the field of artificial intelligence, where our countries have already advanced a lot. Russia is interested in participating in the as I've just mentioned it to Prime Minister, we are ready to participate in the Summit on Artificial Intelligence scheduled to take place in India in February 2026. We will send a representative delegation. In conclusion, I would like to stress once again further strengthening of Russian-Indian trade and investment ties and close cooperation between business communities effectively contributes to economic growth and development and greater well-being of our citizens, and therefore it meets the fundamental interests of our countries and peoples. I would like to wish to the participants and organizers of the forum all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your vision on the immense potential of bilateral trade. Excellencies, now I respectfully invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Your Excellency, my friend Rashtrapati Putin, भारत और रूस बिजनेस के सभी लीडर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम, मैं समझता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव रहा कि इतना बड़ा डेलीगेशन लेकर के आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने हैं और आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ और मेरा भी आप सबके बीच आना एक बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर है। इस फोरम से जुड़ने के लिए और अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बिजनेस के लिए सिंप्लीफाइड, प्रिडिक्टेबल मैकेनिज्म बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत और यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के बीच एफटीए पर चर्चा शुरू हो गई है और साथियों, हम अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के भी, जैसा अभी पीयूष जी ने उल्लेख किया था और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो संभावनाओं का वर्णन किया है, उसे देखते हुए हम बहुत कम समय में बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर सकते हैं। बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। यह हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों, नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। पिछले वर्ष राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने 2030 तक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $100 बिलियन का उस लक्ष्य को पार करने का हमने निर्धार किया था। लेकिन कल से मेरी जो राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात हो रही है और जिस प्रकार के पोटेंशियल नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें 2030 तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। हम उस लक्ष्य को समय से पहला पूरा करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और मेरा विश्वास बढ़ रहा है। टैरिफ और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स को कम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन साथियों, इन प्रयासों की असली शक्ति आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं। आपकी ऊर्जा, आपका इनोवेशन और आपका एम्बिशन, यही हमारे संयुक्त भविष्य को आकार देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत में जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ हमने बदलाव किए हैं, वह अभूतपूर्व हैं। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, इस सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए भारत तेजी से विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने की और आगे बढ़ रहा है। और 11 वर्षों की इस रिफॉर्म यात्रा में हम न थके हैं, हम न रुके हैं। हमारे संकल्प पहले से ज्यादा मजबूत हैं और हम लक्ष्य की दिशा में बड़े आत्मविश्वास के साथ बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म और कंप्लायंसेस में कटौती, ऐसे कदम उठाए गए हैं ताकि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। डिफेंस और स्पेस को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इससे इन सेक्टर्स में नए अवसर बने हैं। अब हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहे हैं। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं, बल्कि माइंडसेट रिफॉर्म्स हैं। इन रिफॉर्म्स के पीछे एक ही संकल्प है, विकसित भारत। फ्रेंड्स, कल और आज आपके बीच बहुत ही उपयोगी और सार्थक चर्चाएं हुई हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और रूस के सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों का इस बैठक में प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया है। आप सभी के सुझावों और प्रयासों के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरी ओर से हमारे सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ विचार आपके सामने मैं रखता हूं। पहला, लॉजिस्टिक्स और कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने हमारे कनेक्टिविटी के पूरे पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करने पर बल दिया है। आईएनएसटीसी या तो फिर नॉर्दर्न सी रूट यानी चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर, इन पर हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जल्द ही इस दिशा में प्रगति होगी। इससे ट्रांजिट टाइम घटेगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी और बिजनेस के लिए नए मार्केट्स खुलेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत के साथ हम कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स और रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को वर्चुअल ट्रेड कॉरिडोर से जोड़ सकते हैं। इससे कस्टम्स क्लियरेंस तेज होगा, पेपर वर्क घटेगा और कार्गो मूवमेंट अधिक सीमलेस बनेगा। दूसरा, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स। हाल ही में रूस द्वारा भारत से डेयरी और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के निर्यात के लिए भारतीय कंपनियों की लिस्ट में विस्तार किया गया है। इससे भारत के एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए नए अवसर बने हैं। भारत के हाई क्वालिटी मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, वैल्यू एडेड सी फूड, प्रोसेस्ड फूड, इसकी बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबल डिमांड है। हम कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स, डीप सी फिशिंग और फिशिंग हार्बर्स के मॉडर्नाइजेशन में जॉइंट वेंचर और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप बना सकते हैं। इससे रूस की डोमेस्टिक डिमांड भी पूरी होगी और भारतीय उत्पादों को नए मार्केट भी मिलेंगे। तीसरा, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर। भारत अफोर्डेबल, एफिशिएंट ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और सीएनजी मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में आज ग्लोबल लीडर है। रूस एडवांस मटेरियल का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम मिलकर ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोटिव कंपोनेंट्स और शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी टेक, इसमें साझेदारी कर सकते हैं। इससे हम न केवल अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे बल्कि ग्लोबल साउथ, विशेषकर अफ्रीका के विकास में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। चौथा, फार्मा। भारत आज विश्व भर में किफायती मूल्यों पर उच्चतम क्वालिटी की दवाइयां सप्लाई कर रहा है। इसलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड भी कहा जाता है। हम दोनों मिलकर जॉइंट वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, कैंसर थेरेपीज, रेडियो फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और एपीआई सप्लाई चेन में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे हेल्थ केयर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ेगी और नई इंडस्ट्रीज भी विकसित होगी। पांचवा, टेक्सटाइल। भारत के पास नेचुरल फाइबर से लेकर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल तक विशाल क्षमता है। डिजाइन, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स और कारपेट्स में हमारी वैश्विक पहचान है। रूस पॉलीमर और सिंथेटिक रॉ मटेरियल्स का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम साथ मिलकर रेजिलिएंट टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन बना सकते हैं। इसी तरह फर्टिलाइजर, सिरेमिक्स, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग की कई संभावनाएं हैं। साथियों, सभी क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने में मैन पावर मोबिलिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। भारत आज दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा युवा टैलेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, हेल्थ केयर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स, हर क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा करने की क्षमता रखता है। रूस की डेमोग्राफिक और इकोनॉमिक प्रायोरिटीज को देखते हुए यह साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी है। जब हम भारत के टैलेंट को रूसी भाषा और सॉफ्ट स्किल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हम मिलकर एक ऐसी रशिया रेडी वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं जो दोनों देशों की शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी को गति देगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम अपने दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के लिए टूरिस्ट वीजा पर कई अहम हमने फैसले लिए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बीच टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी और रोजगार के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और रूस को इनोवेशन, को प्रोडक्शन और को क्रिएशन की नई यात्रा पर साथ चल रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य आपसी व्यापार बढ़ाने तक सीमित नहीं है। हम पूरी मानवता की भलाई सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए ग्लोबल चैलेंज का स्थायी समाधान तैयार करना है। भारत इस यात्रा में रूस के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, कम मेक इन इंडिया, पार्टनर विथ इंडिया एंड टुगेदर लेट अस मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
If I think about the movie business and the love that Indians have for the movie, cinema goers have, I think that's uncontested. But there's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now. You know?
Yeah.
It's available everywhere, right?
Correct,
on my
correct.
phone, on my laptop, on my smart TV.
Yeah.
Does that keep you up at night?
No, basically, for the first time, I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot, right from the beginning. And you must have read the history as well. I'm sure you've done your homework with the Spanish flu coming in. People thought that, cinemas will not remain. But cinema survived everything because the experience of going out and watching on the big screen is very different to watching anything at home. However, when COVID happened, I think that raised the decibel levels a hell of a lot, because for the first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. So I think this has never happened. Lots of disruptions, as I said, have happened. Lots of distractions have happened. Disruption, I know, is the name of your program, but I find it a very destructive word. So,
it can be both ways.
Yeah, I just find that disruption is too extreme a word. So I think a lot of distractions happened. But this was a big one. This was a body blow to the industry. This is a coup de grace, as they say, because imagine being shut for so long. So when you're shut for so long, lots of things happened around it. One is that people were incarcerated at home. They couldn't go out, but they wanted to still consume content. They still wanted to be entertained, and the only way they could get entertained is by watching, streaming platforms. Secondly, shooting stopped. So therefore, new content did not get created, and therefore the supply side also got impacted. So demand side got impacted because demand, suddenly they were at home. So the habit of going out, there was also some trepidations of whether we can go out or not. and supply side got disrupted because obviously shooting stopped. So I think that period had a very big impact, and suddenly there was so much content on the small screen OTT platforms. There was so much stickiness because people were waiting for what is the next TV show coming. Plus one more thing that happened is that prior to COVID and prior to cinema shutting down, only TV shows were very popular. But because there was no content available, even movies started coming. And even the producers, the film fraternity, because in India, movies are still very fragmented. Production houses are not like you have in the US, where you have 4 or 5 studios who are making movies. Here, if there are 1,200 movies that get made in a year, there are about 5,000 producers across the country. So I think I don't blame the producers, because their holding cost also was piling up. So they also said, okay, let me monetize my content, and straight away sell it to a platform, because the platforms also were starved of content. So instead of making TV shows the way they were earlier, they said, okay, doesn't matter what content it is, let's just buy it and play it. So that had a big impact. And so therefore we took a long time. So I thought, to be honest with you, that it won't take that long once we open in 2020.
You thought people will flock back?
Yeah, I thought they'll flock back, and they did. Because there were some very big movies and some big producers like Rajamouli and even KGF. They waited. They had the waiting power as well. And when they came, consumers were still starved of going out. They still wanted something big. So suddenly we saw a huge spike where RRR, KGF, lots of movies came and people came back. So I said, wow, this is fine. Business is back to usual. But then I didn't realize that the backlog of no shootings happening still remains. The habit changes still remained. And therefore, it took us at least two and a half years to come back. There were some green shoots in the middle.
But are you back? Are footfalls and occupancy rates at pre-COVID levels?
In South, yes. So if you look at the southern film industry has always been very robust, and because the movie going habit is very strong and the content flow is also very strong. So South, I would say, is almost back, maybe more than 90%. Hollywood is also back, because Hollywood actually got disrupted not just because of COVID. Hollywood got disrupted or had a bit of a setback also because of the Hollywood strike,
the
screenwriter strike. So therefore 2024-25 was not very good for every angle. But 25-26 onwards, we are back now to where we were. We are not exactly at the same occupancy level which we were earlier, but we are getting there.
Woo! 2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit. The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, this means a lot to me.
Is a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
Are you ready for the best show in town? NDTV Golf Pro-Am, we are coming to your city. Stay tuned.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं. उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasion.
Plot a trip from one end of the city to the other and you'll find multiple routes. You can also choose what mode of transport you want to take. For example, taking a bike and zipping through traffic may be faster than taking the train. But there's an element of risk. Statistically speaking, there are more road accidents than train accidents. Now, stretch that analogy just a little bit to talk about investment style and strategy. Mutual fund managers have certain approaches to portfolio management. Value, growth, momentum, quality, growth at a reasonable price, or maybe a mix of some of those. What do each of those styles entail? What is the element of risk? That's what I'm talking about today, or asking about today. But more importantly, should it bother you at all? Does it matter what you choose? Does it affect the outcome for you? This is Moneywise on NDTV Profit, and I'm Alex Matthew. The person who's going to answer all of those questions sitting in front of me, Mohit Gang, co-founder and chief executive officer of Moneyfront. Mohit, as always, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Alex. Always a pleasure speaking to you.
So let's talk about this, right? Investment style. And these are necessarily, I think the need for the investor to define certain things and the need for the seller of a product to also define certain things so it becomes easily identifiable. Is that the reason why you have these defined styles?
Look, I would say these are varying philosophies, right? Not necessarily you and I as a buyer kind of relate to them or pay so much attention to them. Actually, in my personal experience, I haven't seen many investors paying so much attention to them. Yes, few savvy ones do pay. But globally, these are acclaimed philosophies of being successful at the art of investing. You can't be everything everywhere. You have to choose your path. And as you rightly put out that analogy, so my analogy is there are many paths to God and you choose the one which you like or which you think will be more agreeable to your own.
I like your analogy better. Frankly,
I think in Mumbai your analogy works.
You want to start the show again, we can start with that analogy. But having said that, no, let me ask you this. Let's define these styles, right? So that everybody's on the same page and then we can talk about individual mutual funds and how they approach things. So value is something that a lot of people relate to. It's spoken about a lot because frankly over the long term it generates such significant wealth or has generated for somebody like a Warren Buffett or certain other people. How do you define it?
Look, I think Warren Buffett or perhaps a Benjamin Graham are the known philosophers of this philosophy, right? So, and they have given fundamental rules, and they never go out of context. Basically, you're investing by virtue of finding reasonable value at a reasonable price. Now, there could be multiple parameters to it, depending from industry to industry, stock to stock. It could be earnings related, it could be book value related, it could be enterprise value related or EBITDA related, right? So, but the underlying philosophy is same, that you have to find some value or some merit in terms of allocating money, allocating your capital to fundamentally strong sectors or spaces where you think the valuation will grow because of the underlying growth or because it is currently undervalued.
So, and let's talk about this. You've mentioned a couple of them, Benjamin Graham, Warren Buffett, and we've spoken about Warren Buffett on this program itself. Ramesh Damani, who is another proponent of the value style, spoke about his mentor, effectively, or his guru. And he spoke about how Warren Buffett's style itself changed over a period of time. It used to be, at one point of time, a cigar butt approach, where effectively you're buying companies at dirt cheap values and you're not really worried about whether they're great companies or not. And then over a period of time, once he met Munger and once he evolved his philosophy, he was okay paying a little bit more, but getting companies that had strong cash flows and strong businesses. The moat is well defined, all of those things. But which mutual funds right now abide by or use the value style currently in the Indian market?
Got it. Look, so I think the cigarette butt approach right now in the current market context, whether it be US, globally or in India, is a little difficult to follow given that there's nothing cheap, right? I think everything comes with a premium. Any good company you go out there comes with a premium. But having said which, I think few of the fund houses which I genuinely think follow the value philosophy intrinsically, I think ICICI, with S. Narain at the helm, they build their franchise around the Pro ICICI Value Discovery Fund. It was called Discovery Fund before, but it's called Value Fund now. So that's their core philosophy. It's just the undertone of all their funds, which is looking for deep value. Now, deep value is a myth, but looking for some value and looking for some contrarian bets as well, right? So they don't shudder to go there.
Small point there. Deep value is maybe not a myth, but deep value is apparent to everybody in retrospect.
Absolutely, possibly, yes. That could be one way of putting it. If you actually uncover something that, yes, in retrospect. But again, the point is, Alex, it's very difficult to find something at substantial discount which has not been covered by the market. Though with their resources, they can. HDFC was one. HDFC was deeply value oriented when Prashant Jain was at the helm. I think with Navneet Monod coming in, the things have changed a little. They have a blend now. They have different styles of fund managers, all forming a good bouquet and giving everything to everyone. But I think that inherently runs in the blood of HDFC, that they are also more value oriented, again can go contrarian at certain stages in life. And then I think value is a part of few of the larger fund houses in a mix and match scenario, right? So they mix it up with growth, they mix it up with GARP, they mix it up with buying at reasonable prices. So in some blend, some way or other, I think there are a few larger fund houses who again follow this one, because no fund house can today say that we don't follow the value approach, because that's not doable, right? If you're in the business of finding good stocks, then you have to be a value hunter.
So let me ask you this: contrarian and value are often spoken about in the same breath, though they're not necessarily the same. It's like comparing two fruits that are of the same family, but not necessarily the same thing. How would you describe it and explain the difference between the two? And we've spoken about value. So how does contrarian differ from that?
Look, I think a contrarian could be, let's say, an FMCG, right? But it's not deep value. It's not value at all. The price to earnings multiples are still at a reasonable level, if not high 60s, 70s, but they are 40, 50s, right?
Yeah, they're expensive.
So that's pretty expensive given the kind of growth the sector is running. But the sector hasn't worked well for many years now, right? So it's not value for sure. It could be a contrarian pick right now, given that a lot has happened in the country on direct and indirect taxes both, and the sector is likely to show some signs of rise up again. So that could be one way of looking at it. Value and a little bit of a contra could be an IT.
Okay.
Right? Value in the sense, because from the historic averages and from the historic multiples, the IT pack is trading relatively cheaper currently. And also contrarian because last 1 year has been extremely bad for the IT
earnings,
pack. Right? So my sense is that's kind of where you draw the line between a contra and a value.
So when it's, okay, so I got the distinction. So essentially, if it's most of the street is looking at something unfavorably.
Absolutely.
It's not necessarily true that it's a deep discount or if it's available at cheap, but the prospects for growth according to the street are not very high, and you believe as a contrarian that is false, and there's actually a reason to believe that that's going to go up. Okay,
completely.
So there is a distinction, and you need to bear that in mind. I ask because there are a few contra funds out there, and some very popular ones at that. SBI has one.
Absolutely, SBI has one, and it's a pretty popular and with a great track record. So there have been good contra pickers along with a mix of value. That's what the SBI philosophy is, right? So it's a good fund.
Okay, so you mentioned growth at a reasonable price, or GARP as it is called, and you've said that it has some elements of value in it. How is it different from value though, and how does it relate to growth, which we haven't yet spoken about?
So look, I think growth in a pure way will mean that you are chasing companies which are plowing back their reserves, who are plowing back their profits back to expansion, right? So that's where you're growing. And India typically has been a growth market. It's never been a dividend yielding market, or never been a market where you look for cash rich companies. Though now a few sectors like IT and all are turning cash rich.
Or an ITC.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are few FMCG players who are sitting on piles of cash, and not those growth oriented companies who are not putting back the money into brownfield or greenfield expansions, right? So by growth, you mean that the capital is getting deployed back in expanding, setting up new projects, expanding the workforce, so on and so forth. So companies which are growing, but which are still coming at reasonable prices. That's the GARP philosophy. Now, growth can be bucketed into multiple things. There are fund houses who chase growth with quality. There are fund houses who chase growth coming at reasonable prices. And there are fund houses who somehow, in some pockets, also play pure growth, right? So when you invest in new age companies or the new tech companies like the Eternals, the Nykas, the Swiggys of the world, you are chasing pure growth. You aren't chasing reasonable prices out there. There aren't no prices. There are no multiples which you can quote when you are running losses, right?
Sure.
So you are chasing pure play growth in those spaces, and there are fund houses who are comfortable doing that. Let's say Mirai is a fund house who's been pretty bullish on the new age sector. Helios is a fund house who's taken good bets on Eternal and other companies, right? Even Paytm for that matter. So there are fund houses, or there are philosophies which blends growth at reasonable prices, or pure growth and aggressive growth. So you can devise a formula as it suits you.
Okay, so we've talked about value. We've essentially talked about growth, and growth at a reasonable price. There's quality. How does quality work?
That's a very interesting concept, and globally it's a big concept, Alex. Now, quality means that you are chasing high quality management, great pedigree, great vintage, good return on capital and good return on your assets, right? So ROE, ROC and ROAs, these three multiples become extremely critical when you're figuring out good quality and consistent profitability growth, consistent
essentially
EPS
all
growth.
of the metrics that will tell you how efficient you are at utilizing the capital that you are generating.
Absolutely, absolutely, right? And let's say, I'll just give you an example and a context. 5 years back in Indian markets, when you used to go back to fund managers or fund houses and ask, what's your definition? Bulk of them would say, we are quality-oriented fund managers. And when you would ask, what do you mean by quality? What do you do and what do you avoid? The clear-cut answer was, we avoid sectors like real estate, we avoid sectors like gems and jewelry, we avoid sectors like textiles, we avoid PSUs, we avoid metals. Right? So these were sectors.
Infrastructure was also
the borderline kind of thing. But these are sectors where you realize that management can do some trickery. Management, there is a high degree of the cash element running in these kind of companies. There is opaqueness. The things are not very clear. So there was a clear demarcation. Plus PSUs, the government policies could have changed any time. It was difficult to figure out what will happen. So that was the definition of quality. That we avoid these. That's my definition of quality. Then came the 2020 to 22 cycle where PSUs, the railways and everything just went out of the roof because they were deep value. They were intense deep value stocks, right? And the quality definitions overnight changed for most of the fund houses. Today, real estate is not a taboo. PSUs is definitely not a taboo for anything. So the quality definitions have evolved over a period of time, and now it is more a balance sheet definition of how strong the balance sheet looks, how less the leverage is, and few other parameters. But I don't think so. There is an untouchable, so to say, in the market now. And few of these quality fund houses, let's say Axis was a very high quality fund house, DSP, UTI, these three were extremely quality conscious in their stock pickings, and they went through a very bad patch, right? And the ones who did well, Alex, in that cycle were likes of HDFC, likes of Pru ICICI, because HDFC was extremely deep value, which meant they had very heavy exposure in PSUs and those railway stocks, which were beaten down long back, even some defense names. And suddenly after the COVID cycle, these were the names which were really flying all over, right? And that was actually the legacy of Prashant Jain, because Prashant Jain had
picked those, and those remained in the portfolio, and their time under the sun finally came. And you've named a few of these as well. You've named a few of the schemes or fund houses that operate under quality. I'll circle back to that in just a bit. But there's one that we haven't spoken about, one style, which is momentum.
Absolutely.
And if you look at the last 5 years, there have been large patches of time, Mohit, when momentum has actually, taken everybody else out of the race.
Yes.
Who operates with momentum?
It's a great parameter, not just in India, but globally. In fact, in growing markets, in emerging markets, you will see a trend towards momentum across the globe, right? If you see last 15 years of data in India, from 2010 onwards till date, there have been almost 7 years where momentum has been amongst the top 3 parameters, and even value for that matter, right? But value comes intrinsically to any market, but momentum is not a factor which comes intrinsically to any market. So Indian markets predominantly have been a momentum market, which means prices chase prices. More money begets more money, right? More favor means more favor. When a bandwagon moves on to a particular sector or latches on to a particular stock, until the story crumbles because of some news event or some trigger event, the bandwagon just keeps...
don't blame the news.
No, not at all. I think in a positive way, because obviously you guys amp the entire thing, even a positive thing or a negative thing. It just gets amplified.
The velocity carries it through.
Absolutely right. So and it's such a huge market that by the time it reaches the lowest tier, the momentum just keeps increasing. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy in Indian markets, and that's why momentum tends to do very well. So if you see markets of 2024 and 23 partially, they were high momentum markets, and philosophies like quant, they did exceedingly well, because quant has a philosophy. They have a model called VLRT, right? Which is which actually lays emphasis on momentum driven, liquidity driven parameters. So liquidity is nothing but it's momentum. So wherever the liquidity flows, you flow with the liquidity, and
Who
you flow
else
with
apart from quant? And quant is one of the most popular or famous practitioners.
Look, there are multiple fund houses which play differently. So let's say a Nippon would play it in some form or fashion depending on the macro cycle and a sector cycle.
Right.
So they would play a sectoral momentum, not per se a stock level momentum.
Yeah.
Right? Even Helios, for that matter, would play some bit of momentum depending on their elimination philosophy. So
Yes.
they would eliminate first and then basis their parameter they will do that. And there are multiple other smaller fund houses. GM would, let's say, play a momentum philosophy very selectively. Even SBI, for that matter, would play, but wherever they have high conviction on a sector reshaping itself.
They do have a quant methodology which
absolutely
allies to their research methodology. Sure.
Yes.
So, but the question that I have, and we've discussed all of the major styles, the question that I have is what has worked, and these obviously move in cycles. We know this, but what has the data thrown at you? What does the data show? Every style will have had its time under the sun,
absolutely.
Right?
Look, I think if you, as I said, from 2010 to 2025, if you try and cover the markets, I think there are times when value totally outlives any other parameter. But to me, value and momentum, a combination of these two parameters, if you have in your portfolio, if you have these two blending styles, I think you have a great portfolio going. You can very well try and cover it up with a low volatility or a quality, but even if you don't have those parameters, it's fine. Quality, yes, it does well, but in very, very long cycle. It is good to have that, but it is not an essential part in a market like India. In a market like India, you need to have a strong value undertone and a strong momentum undertone, and you blend both. If you see the 10-year track record, Alex, both value and momentum are almost identical in returns, and they're the top out of all the factors you put together, beating Nifty 50 and Nifty 100 and Nifty 500 by a handsome margin.
Sure.
I think they should be at around 17 odd some percentage points, basically, and Nifty 50 and 500 would be at around whatever 12 to 13 odd % band for a 10-year track record. At a 15-year and a 20-year track record, if you track these parameters, momentum completely outlives any other parameter in India.
Okay.
Right.
What about the others though?
As I said, low volatility could be one, quality could be one, basically, and there are multiple parameters. Quite a lot of them have not come into India. There is an alpha, you sometimes tend to bucket even size as one of the factors, right? So, but all in all, my sense is between value and momentum, the bulk of the play happens there.
So, what about fund houses where it's not very clearly defined? And the reason I ask is that in an ideal world, Mohit, you would want to gravitate towards a fund manager that has a philosophy that fits in with your own.
Yeah.
If you can define your own expectations and philosophy, there's nothing like it, right?
Yeah.
Where you say that the guy who's managing your money is not going to be doing something that is completely different from what you expect. And so when you have a meeting of expectations and outcomes, then that's the ideal. But it very rarely happens. So the reason I'm asking you this is, how do you talk about schemes like, for example, a Helios, where they have, as you've pointed out, an elimination approach where they cut out the chaff and they want to focus on the good stocks and they choose from that, but they have a parameter of 8 fundamental aspects, and one of those is value. One of them is cash flows. So how do you then judge what the bent is or what the style is?
Look, it's very difficult unless you closely interact with the management of the fund house. And that's where basically people like you and I come into picture, right? Because you have to deeply sit with them and try and understand what are they trying to do. And most of these fund houses, they now have complex models. So it's not a simple one parameter model or a broad level philosophy or something like that. Even if you go at Motilal, it's a QGLP way of doing things, which have become GQLP over a period of time. So it was quality first and growth second, but now it's become growth first and quality second, because the cycles have changed, as I told you, how the definition of quality got changed.
How many other fund houses, and I'll come back to, I'll remind you what you were talking about, but how many other fund houses have actually shifted a little bit from what they were doing in your experience?
Oh, quite a bit actually, and there are some who have...
HDFC you mentioned.
HDFC has shifted from a deep value contrarian style fund being a fund to being a blended fund house, having everything under the banner, because at that level and that scale, Alex, perhaps the thought process is that we should have everything for everyone.
Sure.
We should have, so there will be a Roshi Jain with her philosophy, there will be a Gopal Agarwal with a... And there will
Roshi's on her way out.
Roshi is, actually that news is out, and they've also figured out a replacement. And the guy replacing also is a great great guy with a great pedigree. But all I'm saying is Chirag has his own style out there, right? So they are all very different styles of fund managers trying to cater to the larger philosophy of having everything under the banner. So in any market cycle, there will be two funds of HDFC which will always do good. And that's a very smart way of doing things because you need to have a solution for everyone. You cannot go out of favor in Indian markets.
But who else? Off the top of your head, who else has changed?
Has changed. I think, to my mind, Axis has changed quite a lot. So from just being quality fund managers to being quality plus growth and a little bit of momentum with Ashish Gupta coming at the helm and a lot of changes happening in the fund management team. To my mind, I think Mirai from being extremely quality conscious has also become new age, growth conscious, momentum conscious a little. So that's the change which has happened. Motilal for sure has changed from being QGLP to being GQLP, right? My sense is I see undertones of quant changing from being a poster momentum boy now to being a little more balanced kind of a thing. Hopefully it'll take time for them to get into the new avatar.
So let me ask you this, and we're coming to the crux of the conversation. We've kind of laid the foundation so far. You've already mentioned that value and momentum are kind of strategies that you like. But my question to you is, if you have a diversified fund, a flexi cap fund, and ultimately these metrics like your portfolio commonality, what do you call it?
The overlap.
Portfolio overlap. You need to worry about that. But you can have two diversified funds that have completely different philosophies.
Oh, absolutely.
The question is, should you? Like, for example, should you have two flexi cap funds? In the broader market fund, certainly it makes sense, right? In a small cap fund, you can have one that is more aggressive than the other. Should you have multiple funds with different philosophies so that in that form also you are diversified, not just in market capitalization?
Look, Alex, to me, always, and I've said that a number of forums, time in and time out again, that the right diversification is not the size diversification. It's not at all a market cap based diversification. The right diversification is only a fund manager diversification or a style diversification, right? When I say fund manager diversification, you would want an S. Narain, you would want a Vineet Sambre, you would want a Harsha Upadhyay, you would want a Chirag Stilward in your portfolio. You want their philosophies, you want a Samir Arora philosophy, and you want a Sandeep Tandon philosophy, right? And that's a fund managerial. In layman word, to make it very simple, we say fund house mein diversify kar lo. But underlying what we want to say is investing styles ko differ karo. That's the most important part, because that will give you a fund which is dominant in all market cycles.
For a guy who wants an all-weather kind of a portfolio, what is the combination in your opinion?
That's a difficult one. Honestly, you have to get the great value guys, which means you have to get the HDFCs, the ICICIs, and the SBIs of the world in some form or shape in your portfolio. That's the core of your portfolio. Those are inherently value folks. Also, I think somewhere size makes you more conscious of your image and makes you more consciously gives you that baritone of value, if I were to call so, right? And the smaller ones can play around. So you need to have those smaller ones, the Invescos of the world, the Helios of the world. Quant, you have to test along with the time as to how well the philosophy continues, but you need to have these new names to give you that growth. You need to have quality names, which will mean a blend of UTI, Axis, Mirai, DSP. So that's the quality pack. Value pack was different, so that's the quality pack. And the momentum pack keeps shifting because everyone plays momentum.
You choose one of each.
You choose amongst these packs that I want to have a blend of all of these. I want to have one or two names from quality. I want to have one or two names from the momentum folks, and I want to have maybe one or two names from the value folks.
So to be clear, we're not saying buy all of the schemes available. We're saying pick and choose and in the kind of...
and then you maybe bucket it and say, okay, at which market cap the guy is better than the other, right? So it's possible that a Nippon is better playing momentum along with value combination in the small cap bucket, right? Or maybe he's also good playing it in the large cap bucket. Shailesh Bhan is extremely good when he plays it in the large cap bucket, basically, right? So that's the way you have to figure it out.
So, and we'll carry this forward in the next chat. I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about when we speak about these individual strategies. But thanks so much for laying this out for us today.
No, always a pleasure, Alex. And as I said, many paths to God, you choose yours.
Yeah, absolutely. On that very insightful note, thanks so much for tuning in. Do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
This is not a family business of movies. Tell us a bit about those beginnings.
I went to the trucking business, Amritsar Transport Company, ATC. I struggled. My father had also a cinema, which he acquired in 1978. I felt that Hollywood can be one differentiating point because Hindi movies used to get played in so many cinemas.
This was the beginning of multiplexes in India.
97 is the first multiplex that I was fortunate to open. I was obviously extremely nervous because cinemas were tiny, and I thought, my God, will people come to small screen? People loved it, and the rest is history. 1 kilometer long queues were outside.
There's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now. Does that keep you up at night?
I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot. When COVID happened, first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. This was a body blow.
IRL experience has now become important as
What is
well
IRL?
in real life.
That's in real life, okay, fine.
I'm borrowing my Gen Z.
Home entertainment and out of home entertainment have always coexisted. There is not an either or.
People actually crying in Sayyara as they showed on online reels.
That is what gets me excited and positive about this business. When a content connects, I mean, there's no end.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
...2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here.
As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money. through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, Am. This means a lot to me.
Is a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year.
Namaste, Putin. What a warm welcome it has been for the Russian president on his India visit, and a very warm welcome to you as well on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza, and our special coverage continues of the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. Yes, it's clear that this meeting isn't just about warm optics or friendly body language. Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin have unveiled this expansive, future-focused roadmap that is designed to turbocharge a partnership that now runs from fertilizers to fuel, ports to pharma, and yes, firmly into 2030. In just one afternoon, New Delhi and Moscow have signed a slate of agreements, a major urea plant collaboration, new MOUs spanning food safety, medical sciences, maritime transport, and also consumer protection. Plus, this renewed intent to push forward a free trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union. And perhaps the most strategically significant signal of all is that Russia's assurance is coming through of uninterrupted energy supplies to India. And that's a commitment that underscores how, despite the global flux and the shifting of alliances, this relationship between India and Russia, for both sides, is indispensable. Which is why on NDTV Profit, we are breaking down the trade, the energy kind of pact, and the defense linkages, and the deeper diplomatic signaling that's coming through behind the announcements being made. So what does this summit really mean for India's economic ambitions and its strategic horizon? Let's discuss this with our expert panel. And part of our panel is joining us right now. Veena Sikri, former Indian diplomat and High Commissioner, is with us, along with Jayant Krishna, the Senior Fellow at CSIS. Great to have you both with us. In a moment, of course, we'll have more guests. But ma'am, Veena Sikri, we've heard the Prime Minister speak, and, he sounded very optimistic. He says that we will not have to wait until the year 2030 for hitting that $100 billion mark when it comes to trade between India and Russia. This against the backdrop of trade that is heavily skewed in favor of Russia. So when you hear what has been said by the Prime Minister and what the backdrop is to the kind of trade that we do with Russia, how significant is this statement to you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me on your show. Yeah, I think the visit by President Putin is of tremendous significance. It's a very important visit. And I think it has a long-term significance. I do not see it as a tactical visit or something that's happening in the context of a very fractured geopolitical global framework. But I think that our two leaders, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, have focused on giving stronger foundations to the bilateral relations in a long-term mutually beneficial context. The joint statement has just been released of the agreement between the two sides, and the focus is so much on energy cooperation that will continue under all circumstances. And this is important because there have been sanctions by America on some of the largest Russian companies, but there are other aspects that India and Russia have been discussing, including the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor, the Sakhalin fields, and so on. And certainly a roadmap will come up to continue the contribution by Russia to India's energy security and to India's important concern of having energy supplies for the people at reasonable prices. So this is a very important aspect of the bilateral discussion. Secondly, I think the trade, you mentioned that, and yes, you're right. when there's a target of $100 billion for 2030 and India's exports are not even $5 billion annually, you do see a very long way ahead. But our Prime Minister has been very strongly optimistic on this and said we may not have to wait till 2030 to reach the $100 billion target. And the mechanism for doing this, the mechanism for increasing India's exports, for giving India access to the very large and sophisticated Russian market is well underway. The FTA, as you spoke about, is going to be between India and the Eurasian, the Economic Union, which is very good because it gives us a wider framework within which to operate. But certainly in terms of the exports to Russia, we're going to see even in the area of, there's some urea deals have been announced, even making, having joint ventures on this and having them in India. Then on IT, information technology, on pharmaceuticals, on access to the textiles and ready-made garments market, the seafood exports, and then access by India seafood exports to the Russian market, and also agricultural products. So there's a very big.
So the scope has gone up. You would have to agree that the scope has gone up, and it's going beyond defense. Brigadier Rumel Dahiya is also with us, defense veteran and former Deputy Director General of the MPRDSA. Great to have you with us as well. But when you look at the dynamics right now, and perhaps I can ask Mr. Krishna this, the Prime Minister, having listed, a sweeping list of sectors, whether you look at textiles or healthcare or pharma, EVs, auto components, ceramics, electronics. So many sectors have been covered, and Veena Sikri was just pointing out about the scope of trade that is possible for us to hit that $100 billion mark. The opportunity is big, but which of these sectors do you think the quickest exports can happen from India's side?
So I think one thing is very clear, Vikram, that, these two economies which have had a long strategic relationship, going back to so many decades, with the erstwhile USSR and then with the Russia. But, if you look at our trade relationship, while Russia continues to be India's fourth largest trading partner, but, the overall the trade deficit is in favor of Russia, and which used to be about $3 to $4 billion in 2020 has come to as much as almost $60 billion last year. So I think that is what needs to be plugged. And the areas that you talked about, I think Prime Minister has detailed them rather well. But I think the low-hanging fruits to my mind out of them are four. One is the textile and garment. If India could be exporting it to so many countries around the world, there is no reason why we should not be exporting to Russia. The second category is of farm products, right? I mean, there are different crops, there are different food grains, where and India is gradually emerging as the food bowl of the world, right? I think that's one area where a lot of exports are possible to Russia from India. Shrimps and seafood, marine products. I think this is another category. Russia is a huge consumer of seafood, right? And in India, there are lots of entrepreneurs all over the country, especially in the coastal areas, where such products are available for export, and they are being exported to many other countries in Europe, in the US, and so on and so forth, right? Pharmaceutical is one area. You've seen even with the US has not imposed that 50% tariff on pharma because they need Indian pharma. And so I think that's one area where, again, a lot of exports are possible to the US. So I would think these four are the major categories. Otherwise, the entire laundry list which the Prime Minister has detailed is relevant and it's worth serious exploration.
Yes.
Because, if you look at today, the basket that we have, almost $65 billion of two-way trade, largely it is, crude oil. And if crude oil goes down because of the American sanction on the two Russian companies, then, we would be very, very far off from the 100 billion target, which they have both the Prime Minister Modi and President, Putin have embarked upon for the year 2030. So I think this is very important,
Yes. So as we walk through the laundry list, as it were, And Brigadier, perhaps you can tell us, because where does this leave the defense sector right now? Is that equation changing very rapidly? The Prime Minister has spoken about defense and space. These two sectors, now there is private sector participation. So a lot has changed from India's context as well. But when you talk about our traditional defense partners like Russia, what does that really mean when you talk about more private sector involvement in these important sectors?
You see, whenever we talk about India-Russia relations, the first thing that comes to people's mind is the defense relationship. That's because we had overwhelming percentage, a share of imports from Russia. That has gradually come down to about 34%, as your chart showed a few minutes back. We have diversified, but more importantly, we want to start producing our major defense requirements indigenously at home. And therefore, the focus is on joint development and joint production. Now, having said that, we recently signed this agreement, firmed up the agreement on getting the nuclear attack submarine to us for $2 billion, and that will be arriving in 2028, although we wanted it earlier. That's a major deal in itself. In addition to that, there are other deals in works. But having said that, we must also remember that Russians don't give this defense equipment for free. And they are very hard bargainers as far as defense is concerned. Presently, there is another issue with them, and that is because of the Ukraine war. Their ability to export defense equipment is also restricted. So I'm sure that the defense relationship is important. People on both sides must be talking, people concerned must be talking on this, and at an appropriate time, announcements will be made. But I don't think India wanted to make a show of it during this visit.
Yes.
We must understand there are geopolitical sensitivities also involved.
Yes.
Russia and Ukraine, Russia and US are involved very deeply now in resolving the Ukraine conflict. And once that happens, then the relationship will get reset. We do not want to be showing a red rag to the bull by sort of announcing big ticket defense equipment and all that, where in some sections within the US will start talking about imposing CAATSA sanctions against India.
Yes.
And also, we are also signing the economic sort of a free trade agreement with Europe. Europe would be enraged as well. Now, I understand that India exercises strategic autonomy, and we must. And to that extent, I think inviting Mr. Putin to India and giving him a very high-profile visibility, I think itself shows that our relationship matters quite a lot.
Right.
But I think as far as the public face is concerned, we decided to do it more on labor, economy, critical minerals, pharma, and other things.
Yes, no,
So
indeed. I mean,
defense
it seems like beyond the defense, there has been a lot more discussion that has taken place on the trade front. Of course, a lot of that defense aspects, they remain shrouded for sensitivity reasons. And like you pointed out, that the USA would be watching, Europe would be watching. But talking about the Ukraine war and what it has brought to the table, I have one more guest joining us on the phone line, and that's Narendra Taneja. He's our energy expert here on the panel. Mr. Taneja, Russia having promised this uninterrupted fuel supply to India, given the sanctions, given the shadow fleets, given the payment bottlenecks, the price caps, how sustainable do you think this commitment could be, even over the medium term?
Well, it's sustainable. Of course, depends on the emerging geopolitical situation, especially involving Ukraine, what happens there, where there will be peace soon mediated by the U.S., or it's probably going to be a frozen war. This is too early to say which direction it's going to take. But one thing is clear, that Indian finance, both public sector and the private sector, they're very keen to continue to, importing oil from Russia. The simple reason is Russians are offering very good discounts.
I have to interrupt you over there. I'm afraid I might have to interrupt you over there and ask you to hold your thought on this, because I want to come back to it. But we're hearing from the Ministry of External Affairs on the India-Russia summit. Let's just listen to what they have to say.
Of the forum was on the shared ambition of both leaders to expand the economic dimension of our bilateral partnership by increasing our bilateral trade in a balanced and sustainable manner. Including primarily by increasing India's exports to Russia, strengthening industrial cooperation, and forging new investment partnerships. The outcomes of discussions during the business and sectoral discussions that have been ongoing over the last 2 days were presented to the two leaders this afternoon. For details on these, I would refer you to our Ministry of Commerce, which has been coordinating these events. Later on in the evening, today, Honorable Rashtrapati Ji will receive President Putin at Rashtrapati Bhavan and will be hosting a state banquet in his honor. Now, as to the focus and outcomes of the visit, both sides have adopted a joint statement, which you might have had opportunity to see. The joint statement testifies to the India-Russia relationship as a time-tested, progressive partnership that is anchored in trust and mutual respect. It reflects the very special nature of our ties and provides a comprehensive framework for further deepening our multifaceted bilateral partnership. In addition to the joint statement, there were several agreements and MOUs that were concluded and exchanged during the visit, some of them in the presence of the leaders this morning. These include agreements on labor mobility, on maritime cooperation, health, culture, trade, media cooperation, as well as several business-to-business MOUs. And I think the details of these are available on our website as well. Economic cooperation, I would say, is the driving impulse and the most important focus of this particular visit. As I said just a while ago, expanding bilateral trade and strengthening economic cooperation requires swiftly addressing non-tariff barriers and regulatory impediments, enhancing Indian exports to Russia in sectors such as pharmaceuticals, agriculture, marine products, and textiles is important to correct the trade imbalance. And each one of these sectors in considerable detail was discussed between the two leaders today, with both of them pointing to the opportunities that existed in these areas and what were the steps that were needed that could be taken by both sides in order to move towards the mutually shared objective of increasing trade in these areas. Agreements in mobility, as I said, and these are two agreements in particular: the agreement on temporary labor activity in both states and the agreement on cooperation in combating irregular migration. They form a centerpiece of the understandings reached during the ongoing visit. Indian skilled workers, especially in IT, in construction and in engineering, will help meet Russia's labor needs and deepen our bilateral cooperation. In fact, there is increasing interest among Russian businesses and industries to hire skilled manpower from India to support growing economic activities in Russia. The India-Russia Trade Forum that concluded just a short while ago, which the leaders attended together today, thus becomes a very key element of the visit. You would have followed that. Both the leaders gave a joint call for action to their respective businesses to expand the linkages between them. In this context, I would like to point to another very significant outcome of this particular visit, which is the program of economic cooperation going up to 2030 that has been adopted during this particular summit. And it also serves to give overarching guidance to both sides to expand the scope of the economic dimension of this relationship. The discussions today also focused considerably on the proposed free trade agreement that is under discussion between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. which is again expected to help address the issue of the trade deficit. It was agreed between the two sides that negotiations should be fast-tracked for early conclusion within the stipulated timelines. The terms of reference for this agreement had in fact been finalized and signed during the visit just a few weeks ago of the External Affairs Minister to Moscow. I think it was in August of this year when he had co-chaired the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Economic and Cultural Cooperation with Mr. Denis Manturov, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia. During the current visit, both sides also underscored the importance of expediting the discussions and the negotiations on the bilateral investment treaty, which again will help energize investments in both directions. In addition to this, connectivity initiatives were also discussed, including the International North-South Transport Corridor, the Eastern Maritime Corridor, the Chennai-Vladivostok route, and also cooperation along the Northern Sea route. These corridors, again, are expected to energize economic linkages, reduce transit times, and expand our trade access across Eurasia and beyond. India-Russia defense and military technical cooperation remains robust. Russia also continues to support India's Make in India initiative in this domain, including through joint production and technology transfer. This is also an area that was discussed between.
So when it comes to defense especially, there is the entire talk around co-production, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but we're running out of time. But Mr. Taneja, you'd like to finish that thought, because this kind of trade that we're talking about, perhaps I should first take it across to Brigadier. Brigadier, when you talk about this co-production bit, and that's the Make in India push that the Prime Minister has also touched upon in the statement that he made with the Russian President by his side, how much of that push do you see that coming through in the defense manufacturing space now?
Well, I think Russia, first of all, Russia has, as far as intent is concerned, Russia has made it very clear that they are ready to provide help to India in any way that India wants. And no other country is ready to offer that size of technology. They're also talking about, 57F-57, Su-57F. They say that 60% of technology can be transferred. But obviously, we'll have to judge it very, very carefully as to what that means, how much is that we require, and can we really depend upon them to do it in time? Because previously, there have been some hiccups on T-90 tanks, for example, where the promised technology wasn't transferred in time, and delays were involved. Also, there were issues with regard to timely supply of spares. Also, as you know, that INS Vikrant's delivery to India was delayed by a couple of years. So we have to be very, very careful about it. So intent is there, and I think there are negotiations taking place, also probably in air defense weapons.
Correct.
Particularly in S-500 and others, there are discussions taking place. But obviously, I think once there is finality about these projects, programs, and these projects,
yes,
that these projects will be declared, not before that.
Correct. But Veena Sikri, if I may come to you as we try and wrap this up, I'm trying to figure out how close we are to this free trade agreement. Negotiations are underway. There are talks that are going on, and both sides are sounding very optimistic. How important is it for this FTA to come through, and how quickly do you expect it to happen?
Well, the TOR, the terms of reference, have already been agreed upon when our External Affairs Minister was in Moscow. But I think the important point is, certainly the negotiations will be fast-tracked, but the important point is there's so many other agreements around it. I think look at the labor mobility agreement. I think that's very significant, because we are trying to concretize now the interest that Russian entrepreneurs, Russian construction engineers have in looking at the Indian market in the fields of IT, construction and engineering. Now, I think if you have this working out, it's tremendous. These will all come together as components ultimately in the FTA, but I don't think that anybody's going to wait for the FTA to be concluded for these individual segments to be worked on and implemented. So the labor mobility agreement could, start working very soon because the interest is very serious. And similarly in, connectivity and transportation, those aspects are being worked on directly between India and Russia, and I do see a lot of success in those areas. So I think, judging from what our Foreign Secretary just said, this very important statement that he has made, that these matters are going to go ahead regardless.
Right.
They're not going to wait for saying that only first we'll do the comprehensive FTA and then we'll work for the components.
Right.
It's rather going to be the other way around, that they're going to go ahead. Energy, for example, is going to be worked out directly between India and Russia, and that's not going to be waiting for any of these components. Similarly, of course, on defense, there's always a lot of detailed negotiations before deals are finalized, but we know that the RELOS, the logistics support agreement, had been finalized between India and Russia, and even the Russian parliament, the Duma, has ratified this agreement.
Correct.
Obviously, on logistics support, there will be some bits. It's not the only country. We have signed logistics support agreement with several other countries. But certainly with Russia now, you can see advantage in this, not only with the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor, in the Arctic region, and so many other areas where the trade and resources exploration aspects.
So very important takeaway, that it's not going to be really on the FTA getting signed, and we don't know when that will happen, but beyond that, there are several agreements which are very useful, both for India and Russia. But clearly, India-Russia story right now, it's no longer just about legacy defense ties. It's a widening arc that it spans energy security, fertilizer lifelines. There are trade ambitions over here and a fresh geopolitical recalibration that's taking place. This 2030 roadmap, it could be considered as bold. The targets are ambitious, but the signals, both from Delhi and Moscow, they seem unmistakable right now that this partnership is gearing up for a far deeper, more diversified decade ahead. My guests, thank you for joining us. Jayant Krishna, Veena Sikri, Brigadier Rumel Daya, thank you very much for joining us with your insights on this. We'll keep reconnecting with you as we get more clarity. Thanks indeed. And with that, it's going to be a wrap on our special coverage, and we will keep getting you all the details right here on NDTV Profit, but on the special coverage called Namaste Putin. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Vikram Oza. Good evening.
This is not a family business of movies. Tell us a bit about those beginnings.
I went to the trucking business, Amritsar Transport Company, ATC. I struggled. My father had also a cinema, which he acquired in 1978. I felt that Hollywood can be one differentiating point because Hindi movies used to get played in so many cinemas.
This was the beginning of multiplexes in India.
97 is the first multiplex that I was fortunate to open. I was obviously extremely nervous because cinemas were tiny, and I said, my God, will people come to small screen? People loved it, and the rest is history. 1 kilometer long queues were outside.
There's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now. Does that keep you up at night?
I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot. When COVID happened, first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. This was a body blow.
IRL experience has now become important as
What is
well
IRL?
In real life.
That's in real life, okay, fine.
So I'm following my Gen Z.
Home entertainment and out of home entertainment have always coexisted. There is not an either or.
People actually crying in Sayyara as they showed on online reels.
That is what gets me excited and positive about this business. When a content connects, I mean, there's no end.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
This is not a family business of movies. Tell us a bit about those beginnings.
I went to the trucking business, Amritsar Transport Company, ATC. I struggled. My father had also a cinema, which he acquired in 1978. I felt that Hollywood can be one differentiating point because Hindi movies used to get played in so many cinemas.
This was the beginning of multiplexes in India.
97 is the first multiplex that I was fortunate to open. I was obviously extremely nervous because cinemas were tiny. And I thought, my God, will people come to small screen? People loved it, and the rest is history. 1 kilometer long queues were outside.
There's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now. Does that keep you up at night?
I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot. When COVID happened, first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. This was a body blow.
IRL experience has now become important as
What is
well.
IRL?
In real life.
That's in real life, okay, fine.
I'm following my Gen Z.
Home entertainment and out-of-home entertainment have always coexisted. There is not an either or.
People actually crying in Sayyara as they showed on online reels.
That is what gets me excited and positive about this business. When a content connects, I mean, there's no end.
Ajay, thank you so much for talking to us here.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Yeah. So, if I think about the movie business and the love that Indians have for the movie, cinema goers have, I think that's uncontested. But there's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now.
Yeah.
It's available everywhere, right?
Correct,
on my
correct.
phone, on my laptop, on my smart TV.
Yeah.
Does that keep you up at night?
No, basically, for the first time, I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot, right from the beginning. And you must have read the history as well. I'm sure you've done your homework with the Spanish flu coming in. People thought that, cinemas will not remain. World War I, World War II, then you had your TV coming in, black and white TV. Even then people said, oh, why should you go out? But cinema survived everything, because the experience of going out and watching on the big screen is very different to watching anything at home. However, when COVID happened, I think that raised the decibel levels a hell of a lot, because for the first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. So I think this has never happened. Lots of disruptions, as I said, have happened. Lots of distractions have happened, but this was a big one. This was a body blow. So demand side got impacted because demand, suddenly they were at home. So the habit of going out, there was also some trepidations of whether we can go out or not. And supply side got disrupted because obviously shooting stopped. So I think that period had a very big impact. And suddenly, there was so much content on the small screen OTT platforms. There was so much stickiness because people were waiting for, what is the next TV show coming. Plus, one more thing that happened is that prior to COVID and prior to cinema shutting down, only TV shows were very popular. But because there was no content available, even movies started coming. And even the producers, the film fraternity, because in India, movies are still very fragmented. Production houses are not like you have in the US, where you have 4 or 5 studios who are making movies. Here, if there are 1,200 movies that get made in a year, there are about 5,000 producers across the country. So I think I don't blame the producers, because their holding cost also was piling up. So they also said, okay, let me monetize my content. And straight away, sell it to a platform, because the platforms also were starved of content. So instead of making TV shows the way they were earlier, they said, okay, doesn't matter what content it is, let's just buy it and play it. So that had a big impact. And so therefore we took a long time. So I thought, to be honest with you, that it won't take that long once we open in 2020.
You thought people will flock back?
Yeah, I thought they'll flock back, and they did. Because there were some very big movies and some big producers like Rajamouli and even KGF. They waited. They had the waiting power as well. And when they came, consumers were still starved of going out. They still wanted something big. So suddenly we saw a huge spike where RRR, KGF, lots of movies came and people came back. So I said, wow, this is fine. Business is back to usual. But then I didn't realize that the backlog of no shootings happening still remains. The habit changes still remained. And therefore, it took us at least two and a half years to come back. There were some green shoots in the middle.
But are you back? Are footfalls and occupancy rates at pre-COVID levels?
In South, yes. So if you look at the southern film industry has always been very robust, and because the movie going habit is very strong and the content flow is also very strong. So South, I would say, is almost back, maybe more than 90%. Hollywood is also back, because Hollywood actually got disrupted not just because of COVID. Hollywood got disrupted or had a bit of a setback also because of the Hollywood strike,
the screenwriter strike.
So therefore 2024-25 was not very good for every angle. But 25-26 onwards, we are back now to where we were. We are not exactly at the same occupancy level, which we were earlier, but we are getting there. So like, for example, October was fantastic. Our second quarter was very good.
Yeah.
And even now, December is looking very good. So the volatility has got reduced dramatically now. The peaks and troughs are not that this thing. So the good thing that I find is, and I've been saying that even when we were shut, that is home entertainment and out of home entertainment have always coexisted. There is not an either or. This whole binary discussion started getting on my nerves also, to be honest with you, because we are just not realizing that, and I use this analogy all the time, so sorry if I'm sounding very hackneyed or repetitive to you. We have Zomato, we have Swiggy, we have kitchens at home. Okay, people have various choices to eat, but they still go out and eat in restaurants. They go to places, hotels and restaurants. That's number one. People again can get everything to Blinkit at home, but they still go to the shopping malls. So people are not straight-jacketed. They want to do everything. They want to be at home also. So this phenomena will always coexist. What people do at home will not completely obliterate their habits from going out.
No, agreed.
What they're going out.
Agreed, but it's also about the cost differential. What also came into play is the cost differential.
The cost differential of cooking at home.
Cooking, okay, but if ordering in versus going out
is also different.
Maybe, to some, it depends on where you order for, but...
Yeah, then it's exactly the same, but still restaurants thrive. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The only aspect, and my question really is in terms of cost differential. If I buy a year-long subscription or a monthly subscription to any of these streaming services, I can watch X amount of voluminous content. To go out to a movie hall, the cost of getting there, my popcorn, my the extras over there, plus the movie ticket. I want to sit in a nice theater like that, I'm going to shell out a lot. So all of that kind of adds up.
Yeah, but I think people are not blind. They see what they're paying for. 7.8 million people have already come to the cinemas this year, and 15 million roughly is the number of people who come. So India is a very heterogeneous market. So what you're saying is true for a lot of people. Not only are they extremely cost conscious, they don't also have a FOMO of a brand new movie. So first of all, the 8-week window, then you will not see this new movie that has come of Kriti Senan and Dhanush just now. So that consumer is also there.
Yeah.
He's saying कि भाई मैंने नहीं जाना. So I'm not saying that consumer doesn't exist. He's also saying I don't care how good the movie is, how popular it is becoming. I will wait for 8 weeks and I'll sit at home and I'll watch the movie. ठीक है? There's another consumer who's saying I want to watch. I want that big screen experience. I can see what has been done. I can't get a 14-meter screen at home. I can't get that communal experience of laughing and emoting with the movie. I can't get that comfort and that going out. I can't get that escapism at home. Okay, so therefore I want to go out. So luckily India is a very heterogeneous and disparate market. We have enough number of people who want to do who want to come out as well. And they actually are finding it value for money. Because our price points are not just this. There's only 16% of my portfolio.
Yeah.
84% of my portfolio is at 259 rupees. If you look at my Q2 results, my ATP, average ticket price, is 259. So I have ticket prices from 100 rupees also. The balcony ticket price of a single screen is 150 rupees now. Getting this kind of infrastructure for 100 rupees, I don't think people complain.
Yeah.
It is still much cheaper than various other out-of-home entertainments. Look at the amount of money they have to shell out for a Coldplay. Look at the amount of money that you have to shell out for AP Dillon, a concert.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think we may be swinging to the other side of the pendulum in the sense of the IRL experience has now become important as
What is
well.
IRL?
In real life.
In real life, okay, fine.
So I'm shadowing my Gen Z.
And then it's fine, it's okay.
Which I'm very far away
I am
from.
very happy to ask the meanings of all acronyms now.
No. In real
Because
life.
I can't keep up.
You are in the IRL business, where you actually go out.
Yeah, so I mean, Aristotle said that, people are animals, they're social animals, they want to come out. So you can't, I think there's no comparison of being at home and going out. Both will happen. So many times I want to kick up, sit at home and watch a movie that I missed out or a TV show that I missed out.
Yeah. I'm saying people are perhaps now swinging to the other end of it, because you talked about concerts and how concerts are getting sold out. Live events are becoming something that people want to go out and do. What is the way that your experience can catch on to that and add a plus to the movie going experience? Because you're already kind of doing it. Gourmet food served at your seat, more than just sitting and watching a movie.
Yeah, look, in India, why PVR Inox is only in India. The only exception is we've got is one cinema in Sri Lanka, and that also was almost like an extension of our South India strategy, is because India is a very volume-driven country. You have 1,200 films that come through the system. So alternate programming, if that is what you're referring to, is something which is a filler. So whether it's re-releases or showing Taylor Swift's show that we showed a little bit, we showed BTS, sometimes cricket matches, these are fillers. But primarily, there is no dearth of content. The other day, somebody was talking to me on a Friday. He said there is some movie that got released and they didn't know where to see it. I said 42 films got released that particular day. 42 movies in a day got released all across the country. So I don't need to do anything other than making our experience of going very, very experiential, very enhanced.
How do you do that?
One example is where you're sitting here. So by making sure your projection system, sound system, your seating, your F&B, your service is like a hospitality. People really feel good about going. And what people can say, oh, this I can't get at home. So that differential has to be, IMAX, 4DX, ICE. Now we opened something called Dine-In. So all sorts of formats which are more experiential. Everybody is working towards how do we make this experience. LED screens are coming up now. So the Dine-In that we've opened in Bangalore just now, there is no projection room there. The whole thing is an LED screen. So I think people in India are very discerning. They can sense it. So I think we have to be on our toes to make sure that the experience is very different to watching it on, airline or your phone or this thing.
You talked about October being good, and yes, Q2 PAT profitability in place and a good set of numbers. A lot of analysts also looking at it favorably. You think this is continuing into Q3, Q4? What is the pipeline looking like? Is this a situation where the H2 second half is going to be better?
Well, so far it's looking very good, and even Q4 is looking first time very good. One, Eid is a very important date. That's also in Q4. Normally it falls in Q1 of next year. Toxic is a very big movie which is coming. Border 2 is releasing on the 26th of January. A lot of Hollywood films are coming, a lot of regional movies. Pongal is a very big festival, so January gets taken care of by that. So whatever lineup I'm at least seeing is looking very good. But again, coming back to my analysis of why I'm very sanguine about our business is because you also have a lot of sleeper hits now. The number of 100 crore movies which have got done this year is never happened before. And these are sleeper hits. We did not know these movies are going to do well. If you look at how did Sanyara end up doing so well? Yeah. How did Mahavatar, Narsimha end up doing so well. So
were people actually crying in Sayyara as they showed on online reels, or was that?
I mean, I was not present in every single auditorium, but those were real images only.
Yeah. So it was actually happening. People do emote in that sense.
That is what gets me excited and positive about this business. When a content connects, I mean, there's no end. It was almost fanaticism, the way that music connected with the youngsters and how these two became like superstars overnight. And when we were forecasting that how many people will come for Sayyara and what the numbers will be, there's no way on earth anybody could have possibly. So that's why I don't get that. I mean, obviously one is disappointed if a big movie doesn't do well or does below expectations. But then I don't get that disappointed because there's so many movies. So as opposed to a market like UK, US, which is very Hollywood dependent, the number of movies only get released are not even 100, 150, 160 movies get released every year. If India was that market, then I'd be very worried. Secondly, PVR, right from the beginning, when I started, I was very keen that I want a geographical spread where again, I'm not depending on one geography either. Okay, so 33% of our circuit is in South. 27% of my circuit is in North. The rest of the circuit is spread between Center, West and East. So therefore, the geographical, we've de-risked our business model also by not remaining in one region.
I want to rewind a little because you talked about when you started PVR, and it's a story that people don't necessarily know. This is not a family business of movies.
Yeah.
There was one movie hall in the family business which you decided to take on. Tell us a bit about those beginnings.
Okay. Our business was trucking, and I finished in school, in modern school and Hindu. And then when I went to the trucking business, Amritsar Transport Company, ATC, I struggled. So my father and my grandfather started the business, and I was not very sure if this is what I want to do. So 1988 to 1990, I was going to Naya Bazaar, which is in Chandni Chowk office. But then my father had also a cinema, which he acquired in 1978. So I said, I have to do something to make my father feel proud. So if I'm not able to do something in the trucking business, let me try my hand at Priya. And Priya was in South Delhi. And those days, South Delhi only had two cinemas called Chanakya. I think this way before your time in Archana. And they were the only two houses which were showing English movies. So I felt that Hollywood, it can be one differentiating point in that catchment, because Hindi movies used to get played in Liberty, Sheila, so many cinemas in Delhi, and they used to run for 25, 30 weeks because only very few prints used to come because of the celluloid prints that were there. So I said, if I do Hindi, then where is my differentiating point? So when I went to the Bombay studios, Warner Brothers, Columbia, TriStar, Sony Pictures and all these guys, they said, oh wow, we would definitely welcome another cinema which is going to show Hollywood movies. So that's why I started playing Hollywood films. I didn't realize the response will be so phenomenal, and a third cinema will do well. So that's how it all happened, and I was very fortunate, God was kind, that I made the cinema very clean. I also took some input from a cinema in Bombay called Sterling.
Yeah.
They had a Dolby installed, and I needed a USP vis-a-vis Chanakya and Archana. They did not have Dolby, and I said, if I put Dolby sound, maybe I'll have some USP. These were all just happening without any thought that I'm no marketing thing. It was very obvious things to do. And the response was just phenomenal.
Was it coming from your own love of going to the movies and having a good experience?
So if somebody asks me who's a movie buff in the family, I think it's my children, Niharika, Naina, Amir, and my brother Sanjeev and my wife. I'm not a massive movie buff. I'm really about experience. So I think if you really ask me in retrospect, experience really excites me. How can I, because I can't control what's happening on the big screen.
Yeah.
So that's where it continued. And I was very fortunate that little things that I did, people enjoyed, and they said, wow, this is different. And then that's how I said, now the next step is really to get into multiplexes, because again, the same reason. There's so many movies coming. How can 1,000-seater cinema showcase everything under one roof?
Yeah.
Because then you're stuck with that one movie.
I mean, this was the beginning of multiplexes in India.
Yeah, 97 is the first multiplex that I was fortunate to open in India.
And with Village Roadshow.
Village Roadshow.
So not everyone knows PVR is Priya Village Roadshow.
That's right. Yeah, because the acronym, the company was called Priya Village Roadshow Limited. There was a 60-40 joint venture, and therefore we said, let's call the brand PVR. And that's it, God is kind. I mean, after that, I was obviously extremely nervous because cinemas were tiny, 250-seater cinemas, one 300-seater cinema, one 312-seater cinema, capacity was 1,000. And I said, my God, will people come to small screen? They'll think it's a video parlor. All those apprehensions and, skepticism was there. But God is kind, people loved it, and, rest is history. 1 kilometer long queues were outside, and people were really, really excited about this new format.
When I think about the kind of disruptions that your business had to go through, one is, of course, starting the business, and then this joint venture with Village Roadshow. 9/11 happens, they pull out, and you have to look for funds, you have to list. Then you have COVID coming in.
Yeah.
So many of those, which have been some of the toughest moments.
I think toughest obviously will be when my dad passed away in 92. Nothing can compare. I was all of 25 years old, and I just started Priya, and the trucking business suddenly was headless because my father was looking after that. I don't think there's anything that even comes close to that setback that I had. And because then I had to do both things, my newfound love for cinema plus the responsibility of running the trucking business. I was married as well, and I was about to have my first, Niharika was about to be born. So that was a tough period. Then we had a fire where we lost a lot of money in the trucking company. That again became a big setback for me. So we just kept going, and of course after that, a Village Roadshow not wanting to expand was a big one because I'd already signed up a lot of multiplexes. I signed up worth about 100 crores of cinemas. I then suddenly said, okay, what do I do? And I was fortunate to have mentors who guided me, and Sunil Mittal, Mr. Mittal has always been a good mentor to me, and he said, Ajit, time for you to now get private equity. You're too small to do an IPO, and accruals are not going to make sure your growth can be funded. So that's the time I went the private equity route, and the business luckily was profitable, and that is something I tell all young entrepreneurs, that make sure your business is profitable.
Yeah, so, in this day and age, that's an important lesson.
Yeah.
Where profitability has not become that important.
Yeah, so all the 4 units, let's call it, that I was operating, there was Anupam in Saket, there was Vikaspuri, a 3-plex, there was a Narayana 4-plex, and Priya. So all these 12 screens put together were always very profitable. The EBITDA margins were phenomenal. And so when the private equity people saw that, Renuka Ramnath of ICICI Venture, and she saw a very good pipeline with, prestige, good developers. And they said, oh, this looks like a good business model. You're the only player in India who's doing this.
Today you're in a landscape where there is no competition. After the merger with Inox post-COVID, pretty much, this is a one market player?
No, there is a lot of competition.
Is it? I mean, apart from OTT platforms, what really is your competition on this landscape?
Still India's got, by the way, 9,200 screens. And out of 9,200...
smaller single screens?
Yeah, but we're still about 1,900 screens, 1,800 give or take, compared to this thing. So you still have players like Sinopolis with 400, you have Mirage with 200. You still have players, and I would say that only exhibition is not the only thing. Like you just alluded to, like you said, people can have an option to watch at home. Okay, I've got a window.
Maybe your biggest competition is a tiny phone.
Yeah, that's right. So 8-week window is also there, which also saves you. So actually, piracy is competition as well, because 8-week window, legitimately the producer doesn't want to release the movie on any other platform. He's not releasing the movie on any other platform till the theatrical run is done. But how do you control piracy? So if a great movie's print gets downloaded on piracy, pirated version, then that's a problem. But as I said, I'm just banking on the fact that if we make our cinemas very experiential, number one. Number two, the habit of people to go out to shopping centers, malls, eat, shop, that is always going to remain. And we just have to make sure we don't disappoint people when they come. They must feel they're getting their money's worth. And as long as we're able to do that, and there's a good flow of movies which is coming, then India's still really number one form of entertainment is going out and watching movies on the big screen. And look at the industry. You put on your TV, all ads have got some actor or the other endorsing it. So there is, Bollywood has got a very strong presence even beyond cinema. So I think the love for movies and movie stars is so much that keeps us going. And even producers have believed in the big screen. You know, like I said, even Saiyar, I'm just taking one example, like 12th failed. You take so many movies that have come, my mind is blanking out, which were made at a very small budget. Now, if you go to OTT straight away, you only get cost plus. This is the budget and this is how much you'll get. There is no upper limit to how much a movie can earn when it goes on the big screen. OTT players now have got a survey done, and there are a lot of studies for that. People actually, the first movie that they'll watch is the one which has done well on the box office, because they are not. So when you see a movie which is coming and you say, "Ye kaun si picture hai?" I haven't heard about it, but you suddenly say, "Oh my God, that's Saiyara, yaar. I missed it out on the first time around." So that movie did very well. To be honest, I also missed out on Saiyara when it came out.
You watched it on OTT?
Then I watched it on OTT after 8 weeks, and I loved it.
How much OTT do you watch?
More shows I watch, TV shows I watch. I mean, even pre-COVID, I was watching shows only. But if somebody gives me a very compelling reason that this movie is very good and it hasn't come theatrically, I'll watch it.
As we wrap up, what do you think is going to be the next technological disruption that you will face? Is it AI? I think your whole industry, the content side of the industry, is facing with AI. Is it going to be another kind of change in habits? What do you think is going to be the next challenge?
You know, I think AI is good from a content point of view, because you know, now people don't have to go to lots of places to shoot. All that can be done AI generated, but use sparingly. Not like, of course, the whole film, but I don't think it's a tool which will be harmful. It will be an enabler to make better content, and I think there are enough experts on the production side who know how to use it properly. We just finished a workshop on AI, how we can use AI on customer service, CRM. Looking at our costs, supply management, looking at various things, all aspects, programming, showcasing, marketing. So I think AI is only going to help make our business entire part of the value chain, right from production to distribution to exhibition. It is only going to make it more productive and better.
Yeah. Thank you so much for speaking with us today. This has been fascinating, and here's to people going back to the movies.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
$2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money, and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here. As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me.
and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show and let's see how the markets have fared today. So benchmarks enjoy the Friday cheer, ending at the day's high on the back of RBI's MPC's decision to cut rates. PSU Bank lead the gains, ending nearly 1.5% higher. Meanwhile, it's chaos in the skies and panic on the ground. Indigo, India's largest domestic carrier, has cancelled all flights till midnight at the Delhi airport. More than hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru and Hyderabad over 4 days, leaving thousands stranded and also desperate. Passengers have been struggling to deal with the cancellations. What's more, December airfares have soared and ticket prices on key routes rise 4 to 10 times compared to normal days. Indigo has already warned of more disruptions till at least December 8th. And as you can see on your screens, the extent of the chaos is such that a newlywed couple from Karnataka's Hubballi had to attend their own reception virtually. The bride and the groom, who had booked tickets from Bhubaneswar to Bengaluru and onwards to Hubballi for December 2, were stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed from 9 a.m. on Tuesday until early morning the next day. So the flight was eventually cancelled on December 3. More on the story, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, or the DGCA, has withdrawn the rule that barred airlines from substituting pilots' weekly rest with leave. The regulator said that the move comes amid major operational disruptions and also representations from airlines seeking flexibility to ensure continuity and also stability of the operations. With the change, airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest to stabilize crew rosters. Now, the DGCA has said that the withdrawal is effective immediately, allowing carriers to consider pilots' weekly rest as leave. Now, in the wake of Indigo's severe operational disruption, viewers, the DGCA has also granted the airline a series of sweeping relaxations and flight duty time limitations norms. So a move that has triggered sharp criticism from the aviation experts. The regulator has temporarily withdrawn the key restrictions on the night duty limits and also weekly rest rules. So officials have described the move as a one-time conditional measure that will remain in force until February 10, with a mandatory review every 15 days of the FDTL norms. Night duty has been reverted from midnight to 6 a.m. back to midnight to 5 a.m. Another clause which limited pilots to 2 landings during operations that encroach into night duty has been removed altogether. Now, the much-awaited Modi and Putin meet kicks off. His second day includes meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and discussions on strengthening India-Russia relations. Now, discussions will be focused on the bilateral trade agreement between the two countries. Putin has said that Russia is ready for uninterrupted shipments of fuel to India and that Russia is looking at expanding cooperation in the energy sector. Here's the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee cut the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25% on Friday, marking its third reduction in FY26. The move has extended the 125 basis point easing delivered this financial year as the central bank continued to steer policy through a period of low inflation and also steady growth. So the committee kept its stance neutral. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said in a video address that all the 6 MPC members voted for the cut, while 5 of them voted for the stance. Now, RBI made the decision against a backdrop of easing the prices and also firm domestic demand. Malhotra said in a video address that inflation had come down faster than expected and described the current environment of the low prices and also strong growth as a rare Goldilocks period. Viewers, the RBI also raised FY26 GDP growth estimates to 7.3% from 6.8% earlier. Now, it reduced the FY26 CPI inflation forecast to 2% from 2.6% earlier. The central bank has been tasked by the government to ensure that CPI-based retail inflation remains at 4% with a margin of 2% on either side. So RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said that core inflation remained mostly stable in September and October, and this is despite the ongoing price pressures from precious metals. Excluding gold, core inflation decreased to 2.6% in October. In general, the reduction in the inflation has become more widespread. In fact, the RBI also announced that it will buy government securities of 1 lakh crore rupees through an open market operations in December. So the central bank will also conduct a currency swap worth $5 billion this month. It also plans to buy dollars and sell them back 3 years later. So Malhotra has explained that RBI's move is aimed at injecting durable liquidity into the system. Following the liquidity remarks, the yield on the 10-year benchmark bond fell to 6.45% but recovered slightly shortly after. So the Indian rupee too weakened past the 90 per dollar mark for the second time this week. In fact, RBI's rate cut also had a rippling effect across the markets today, putting several sectors firmly in focus. For banks, lending costs have come down, improving the outlook for both the retail and corporate loan growth. NBFCs are also big beneficiaries, with cheaper borrowing costs likely to fuel stronger credit expansion. The housing and realty sector is seeing renewed buying interest as home loans turn more affordable, boosting the demand sentiment. And in trade, bank stocks have rebounded sharply. The Reserve Bank of India cuts the repo rate by 0.25% to 5.25% today, signaling cheaper credit for borrowers. So this move comes as the central bank aims to support growth amid moderating inflation. Home loans, personal loans and business borrowings are all expected to get more affordable. So analysts are saying that this could give a boost to consumption and also investment in the months ahead. Now, in the wake of Kotak's critical report, Kaynes Tech Executive Vice Chairman Ramesh, spoke to NDTV Profit, where he defended the company's financial reporting practices. The Kotak report had flagged several account inconsistencies, and also, he pushed back against the broader allegations. Among its many allegations, the Kotak report had highlighted a sharp rise in the contingent liabilities estimated at 18% of net worth. So he attributed this, to the bill discounting and working capital requirements specific to the metering business, where government receivables often face delays. Viewers, next up we have Kesoram Industries, that is in the upper circuit, with Frontier Warehousing launching an open offer to acquire 8.07 crore shares, representing a 26% stake in the company. So the total offer size comes to 44.26 crore rupees, fully payable in cash. The open offer was triggered after Frontier signed a share purchase agreement with the promoters to buy 13.29 crore shares, that amounts to nearly 42.8% of Kesoram's equity. So this development follows Ultratech Cement's earlier announcement of a 1:52 share swap ratio for acquiring Kesoram cement business. Next up, we have Zen Technologies. So it was in focus today as it secured a significant new defense order, receiving 120 crore rupees of contracts from the Defense Ministry. So the order is for supplying a comprehensive training node. With this win, the company's consolidated order book now stands at 675 crore rupees as of October. So for context, Zentech had logged 94 crore rupees in new orders during Q2, making this a notable acceleration in the company's order intake momentum. Viewers, at its analyst meet, SpiceJet has signaled a major ramp-up ahead, outlining an aggressive scale-up in the operations through H2 of FY26 and into FY27. So the airline has already expanded its fleet to 68 aircraft as of December 2025. So its operational fleet has risen even faster, from 19 to 32 planes in the same period. Now, available seat kilometers, or the ASK, have doubled from 55 crore in Q2 to 110 crore by December 2025. So SpiceJet expects that figure to double again to 220 crores by December 2026. The airline has also highlighted a strategic shift, increasing the concentration of operations at a few key airports. Viewers, the Ola Electric stock has crashed to half its IPO price and also hit an all-time low in today's session. The stock has slumped to 34.8 rupees, down a steep 65% from its all-time high of 100.4 rupees. Now, trading volumes have also surged to 7 times the 20-day average. So the slide has been relentless. The stock is down 26% over the past month and nearly 64% over the past year. So Ola Electric has, however, guided for 1,000 to 1,200 crore rupees in FY27 revenue. It also says that its Gigafactory has been commissioned at 2.5 gigawatt with plans to scale it up to 5.9 gigawatt per hour and also by March 2026. But for now, market sentiment remains sharply negative as the stock continues its steep correction. Here's next up, we have Hindustan Construction Company. So the shares have dropped over 22% on December 5, 2025, its lowest level since August 2023, coinciding with the record date for its 1,000 crore rights issue. So the issue opens on December 12 and also closes on December 22nd, offering 277 new shares per 630 held at 12.5 rupee each. So the sharp fall reflects ex-rights adjustment and also dilution concerns as the share base may swell by over 43%. HCC aims to bolster its balance sheet and also, amid this weaker revenue and margins following a 25% net profit drop in Q2 of FY26. Now, Moody's have seen some mixed reactions. Earlier, stock rallied around 14% on the record date announcement, but reversed ahead of the ex-rights date. Viewers, next up we have Diamond Power that has secured a major order worth 747 crore rupees from Adani Green Energy. Now the contract is for the supply of transmission cables with completion slated for 2026. The deal adds to the company's growing order book and also underscores strong demand in the renewable energy infrastructure space. Next up, we have Tata Power's Mundra plant that is set to restart operations from December 31, ending a temporary shutdown that began on October 17. So the suspension had been an overhang for the stock and its removal is seen as a positive for the sentiment. So the resumption is expected to restore the generation capacity and also ease supply concerns in the power sector. Viewers, Amazon is aggressively expanding its footprint in India's hyper-competitive quick commerce market, aiming to establish over 300 micro-fulfillment centers across key metropolitan areas like Bengaluru, Delhi and Mumbai by the end of the year. So these small localized warehouses, often referred to as dark stores, are strategically positioned close to residential clusters, enabling Amazon now to offer delivery of thousands of daily essentials within minutes. So the rapid rollout, which will take the total MFC count to over 300, is a clear indicator of Amazon's intent to capture a larger share in the segment currently dominated by rivals like Blinkit, Zepto and Swiggy Instamart. Viewers, Russian authorities have blocked access to Snapchat and Apple's FaceTime in the latest move by Moscow, clamping down on foreign tech platforms. So in a separate announcement on Thursday, Russian state internet regulator has accused both the platforms of being used to organize and also carry out terrorist acts within the country. Now, while cracking down on foreign tech, the Kremlin has promoted its own national messenger app, Max. Developed by the state-controlled tech firm VK Max, has been touted as a one-stop shop for messaging. Now, online government services is also making payments. Now, in a significant step towards redefining automotive logistics in India, Motherson, through its joint venture, has announced an agreement with Digi Airport Limited, which is a subsidiary of Adani Ports, now to establish a dedicated facility for auto exports at the Digi Airport, in Maharashtra. Now, this is one of APS's, 15 strategic ports. So Digi is now set to expand its capabilities to support India's automotive growth story under the Make in India initiative, enabling seamless export and also import of vehicles for global markets. SEBI has barred financial influencer Avadhoot Sathe and his firm Avadhoot Sathe Trading Academy Private Limited from the securities market. So the regulator has also directed them to disgorge 546 crore rupees of unlawful gain earned from the alleged unregistered investment advisory and also research analyst business. Now, according to the order, it was primarily Avadhoot Sathe who played a major role in devising a scheme wherein course participants were lured to trade in specific stocks. Here's Digi Yatra, India's SSI-based privacy by design air travel platform, has reached 19 million downloads and enabled over 77 million seamless journeys across 24 airports, with adoption now at 30%. So in a release, the company said that it aims for 80% adoption by 2028 and is preparing for global integration in 2026. So Digi Yatra has also begun a beta rollout of 6 regional languages through its partnership with Bhashini. So the feature will expand to all 22 Indian languages, supporting the Ministry of Civil Aviation's push to make digital travel more accessible and also user-friendly nationwide. Simone Tata, mother of Noel Tata and stepmother of Ratan Tata, passed away in Mumbai on Friday morning at the age of 95. Now, she survived by her son Noel, his wife Alu Mistry and grandchildren. Simone Tata's contribution to the Indian business landscape and the Tata legacy remain unparalleled. She was a visionary entrepreneur who transformed Lakme into a top cosmetics brand, steering its growth and eventual sale to Hindustan Unilever in the 1990s. Now on to some sports news now. Cristiano Ronaldo has joined the list of high-profile investors backing Perplexity AI following Lewis Hamilton's recent investment. CEO Arvind Srinivas announced the development on Friday, highlighting growing interest from global icons in the AI-powered search platform. Perplexity, known for its conversational search capabilities, has been attracting attention, and amid the rising competition in the AI space, the investment underscores the increasing crossover between sports and celebrities and also technology ventures, signaling confidence in AI-driven innovation. Viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
We're joined by Ashwini Kumar Tiwari, who's Managing Director at State Bank of India. Mr. Tiwari, thanks so much for taking the time and pleasure speaking with you. Help us understand this from the banker's perspective as well. Because, of course, it's positive in that one would assume that credit growth gets a bit of a leg up. But then from your perspective, you also have to defend your margins.
That's always a balance, as you rightly said. So, as we all know, that deposit rates, especially the term deposits, take time to reprice, because as they mature, then they are repriced. And this process had been playing out for the last several months after the last rate cut, and would have ended in the next maybe 1 quarter. So with this rate cut, maybe this gets pushed back by another 2-3 quarters. So that will continue. At the same time, we cannot reduce rates very drastically, because the savers also deserve a little bit of fair compensation. So our committee will meet to decide on that. But loan rates will surely be repriced very quickly, because these are linked to external benchmark mostly, and the deposit rates will take time to get priced in, provided we decide to cut them. So therefore, there will be some pressure on margins, but overall, it will settle down in the next 2-3 quarters. And on the credit growth, I think the growth for us, credit growth, especially on the retail side, has been very strong. So there'll be some more enthusiasm and some more pickup in that. But overall, I think the material impact on credit growth is not likely to be very significant, because it's already very strong.
Just to follow up on a couple of those things, Mr. Tiwari. One, I just want to understand how much of the book currently is MCLR linked, marginal cost of funds linked in that, and also how long do you think that those loans will have to transmit today's cut? And second, already Mr. Sethi is guided towards an improvement in the credit growth for SBI. Does that change at all from this point?
So the improvement guidance was provided recently only. So it was from 10 to 12 to 12 to 14 now. And we stick to that guidance, because what we are seeing is very strong retail growth. Mortgages, auto loans, the personal loans, all of them, gold loans especially, all of them have been growing very strong. So therefore, the guidance reflects the improved sentiment and the growth numbers as we stand. Even the corporate side loans had picked up in the last quarter, and we expect that also to come back into double digits. So we don't, at this point, we don't want to revise it further upwards because we need to see how this goes from here. It's in my view, it's already quite strong.
Just sorry, on the MCLR portion, sir?
Sorry, MCLR. So our external linked benchmark rate is above 50% now. So that gets repriced very quickly. The MCLR linked rate is roughly around 30%, if I remember the number right.
Mr. Tiwari, interestingly, in the RBI governor's speech, he pointed out where weighted average lending rates are, and I'm calling back to your point about deposits getting repriced later. But if you look at where the weighted average lending rate for new loans is, that has come down by about 69 basis points between February and October. That's something he pointed out. He said that the effective impact on rates is about 78 basis points. On the other hand, weighted average deposit rate for the fresh deposits is down by 105 basis points. So you're actually seeing the inverse, where the rate cut passing on the deposit side is higher than what is there on the credit side. So I'm just trying to understand how that transmission works out.
So said that the stock of deposits, that rate has come down by 32 basis points. So therefore the repricing impact clearly is with a lag. And this is borne out, and this will continue to play out as we go forward.
Okay. Mr. Tiwari, very good morning. Tamanna here. Just a question on the kind of transmission that you are expecting to see. And this is not specific to SBI, but on the sector overall, this has always been one question, that is transmission keeping pace with the direction that the central banker is giving? So just your view on that.
Yeah, good morning, Tamanna. So the transmission has been happening. If you recall, the governor in his speech said the transmission has been satisfactory. And what we are seeing is on the lending side, because there is a lot of repricing on the corporate side which is happening. And also on the retail side, since most of the loans are linked to the external benchmark, they get repriced, the new loans get repriced very quickly. And the older loans, again, many people come back to banks and ask for a reduction, or they shift banks. So therefore, reduction on the loan side, even though what was just said, that the overall reduction is 79 basis points and deposit rates seem to be higher. But what we are seeing on the ground is that there's a whole lot of reduction which is happening on the loan side. So that will happen. And deposit side, while reductions have been done, in our view, there is not much scope to cut rates further on the deposit side, regardless of the rate cut which has happened today. And our committee will meet to finalize this. But the deposit rates on the term deposit side are at a bottom, and we don't think we should reduce it further for our savers. So therefore, this rate transmission will happen very quickly.
Okay. So you're saying that deposit rates can't go any lower, close to rock bottom is, I'm assuming, how you look at it. What about lending rates? How much more scope is there, you think?
Oh, lending rates, the external benchmark, which is repo / T-bill rate, will get repriced on its own quickly, because that's immediate. On the other side, the longer term loans, again, as I explained, the corporate side, there is a lot of repricing for longer term loans, the MCLR linked loans. And on the other retail side, mortgages, which are big ticket loans, there again, the customers come back to the bank and ask for reductions. And in case some bank is resisting those, they shift the bank. So therefore, the retail side loans and the overall loans in general will also see the repricing happen quickly. That will be much more pronounced than on the deposit side, in my view.
Mr. Tiwari, just a logical, or logically taking that forward. So on the one hand, you're saying that it's going to be hard for you to cut deposit rates further. On the other hand, you're saying a large portion of your book is external linked loans where the transmission will be automatic. You've managed to defend your NIM at that 3% level for the domestic side. So therefore, the question is, will it be hard to do that in the third quarter? And can you expect there to be an erosion there?
So there will definitely be a pressure on NIM for sure, because that is something which is a natural outcome of these kind of rate cuts. And if we don't reduce the deposit rates, clearly there will be pressure on margins. Now, how much there will be, our endeavor would be surely to make sure that whatever repricing we do for on the corporate and SME loans is not that large. It should be just in line with this, and we hope to improve some realizations in the other categories of loans which are higher yielding. But overall, yes, I take your point. There will be a pressure on the NIMs. How much that will be, we have to see.
not a family business of movies. Tell us a bit about those beginnings.
I went to the trucking business, Amritsar Transport Company, ATC. I struggled. My father had also a cinema, which he acquired in 1978. I felt that Hollywood can be one differentiating point because Hindi movies used to get played in so many cinemas.
This was the beginning of multiplexes in India.
97 is the first multiplex that I was fortunate to open. I was obviously extremely nervous because cinemas were tiny, and I thought, my God, will people come to small screen? People loved it, and the rest is history. 1 kilometer long queues were outside.
There's never been a time when the question has been raised of whether people will actually go to the movie hall or not as much as now. Does that keep you up at night?
I mean, cinema has gone through a hell of a lot. When COVID happened, first time in the history of cinema, cinemas were shut for more than 18 or almost 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. This was a body blow.
IRL experience has now become important as
What is
well
IRL?
in real life.
That's in real life, okay, fine.
I'm borrowing my Gen Z.
Home entertainment and out of home entertainment have always coexisted. There is not an either or.
People actually crying in Sayyara as they showed on online reels.
That is what gets me excited and positive about this business. When a content connects, I mean, there's no end.
...2025 has been a tremendous year for markets, money and milestones.
And we have tracked it all right here. As the year winds down, we bring you the big moments, the bold calls.
The stories that shaped your money and the trends that will shape the future.
Goodbye 2025. Get set for 2026. Only on NDTV Profit. The rupee has weakened past 90 rupees per dollar.
What is the RBI has to say about the rupee under the current context?
While we are trading above 90, our momentum indicators aren't confirming the highs. So we do think that this is a maturing part of the weakness in the rupee, and we'd actually look for a reversal back below 90.
Are you ready for the best show in town? NDTV Golf Pro-Am, we are coming to your city. Stay tuned.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much, Em. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm your host Malika Mishra. The first story this evening that we bring your attention to is the fact that RBI has granted in-principle approval to Fino Payments Bank for its conversion into a small finance bank. Now, this is the first payments bank to transition to a small finance bank, enabling it to transition from its current payments bank model to a small finance bank structure. This should allow a broader range of banking services for the organization. Fino Payments Bank, which started operations back in 2017, had applied for the small finance bank license in October-December 2023. But for more information on what this means for the bank and further details on this upgrade, I have my colleague, banking editor as well as Mumbai Bureau Chief of NDTV Profit joining us on the phone line, Vishwanath Nair.
So it's a 2-year wait that has finally ended for Fino Payments Bank. December 2023 is when they had originally applied to the RBI to transition to a small finance bank. Essentially, what does it do? It allows Fino to start accumulating deposits and also give out loans. As a payments bank, they're allowed to accept deposits from customers, but they can't do lending on their own balance sheet. That's something that opens up for them. As a small finance bank, however, there are restrictions to the kind of clients that they can lend to and the amount of loan that they can give out. 75% of their book has to be towards the economically weaker or the priority sector. That's what is the definition of the RBI according to the rules that they've set. As far as Fino is concerned, of course, it's a very old company. It became a payment bank only in 2017. It's one of the 11 entities that got a payment bank license. And now, of course, that discussion has gone forward and is becoming a small finance bank, which is just one step below becoming a universal bank. So this is a relatively strong message from the RBI that as long as the entities have some balance sheet strength and strong governance structures, they will allow transitions to happen. This is a question that has been repeatedly raised. When will payments banks be allowed to transition? And now you had the first instance of such a transition taking place.
Vishwanath, another thing that I really want to clarify with you is that is this a full final green light by the RBI, or the bank needs to now prove the fact that whether it can fully transition into a small finance bank or not?
No, so an in-principle approval is typically the initial stage of approvals from the Reserve Bank of India. What follows is that they need to ensure that they are ready to start the small finance bank's activities. There will be certain conditions that will be mentioned in the in-principle approval by the Reserve Bank of India. And as soon as the bank is able to meet those conditions, the final approval comes in. That is, the license will be issued to the bank.
Okay, all right. In fact, hold on, Vishwanath. I also have Ashwin Parekh, MD at Ashwin Parekh Advisory Services, joining us at this given point in time. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time. Now, my first question to you is very simple, right? For the common man, what exactly changes tomorrow if Fino becomes a small finance bank? Will loans suddenly become cheaper or easier for a daily wage worker?
Well, nothing changes in significantly immediately, but I suppose what happens is if Fino Bank has been a successful payments bank, so the business activities as a payments bank are very different to the kind of business activities that a small finance bank can carry out. So now what will happen is that, let's say, gradually, I mean, as a part of converting the in-principle sort of, approval from the RBI into a proper full-fledged registration or license, as we call it, it is essential that all gives an assurance that the technology is in its place. The ability on the part of Bank to do, credit assessment, credit admission, a proper follow-up of the credit because as a payments bank, you don't have a loan book. As a small finance bank, you have a loan book. Of course, there are restrictions on the size of the loans that a small finance bank can provide, but there are those kind of requirements. So when a payments bank, which has received an in-principle approval, sort of works out its operations, works out its people, trains its people, to really create the credit flow, to create the loan book, and to monitor it on a regular basis, then that's one part also. That's a part of the transition. The second part for the common man, as you pointed out, what it really would mean is that the small loans, small finance banks are actually meant for small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, as we call it. So, from that perspective, small businesses, which Fino may have considered as a part of their customer sort of segment, would certainly receive credit flow after a little while, up to a certain restricted amount. Initially it used to be 25 lakhs. And then there are some restrictions on the exposure per borrower and overall exposures as well. But that's something that will happen. It will start taking deposits more than the amount of deposit they could have taken by way of by being a payments bank. So it becomes like full-fledged mini commercial bank. In that sense, basically, except that there are restrictions on the size of the per ticket loan and all sort of,
Mr. Parekh, Vishwanath here, just take us through what this means for the sector, right?
Hello, Vishwanath, your voice is not clear.
Sir, I hope I'm audible now. I think the question that I want to ask is there have been multiple changes that the Reserve Bank of India has announced just this year. Earlier this year, you had AU Small Finance Bank get a universal bank license.
I'm not getting the audio from Vishwanath.
All right, I'll let my colleague ask that question then. But the fourth question being that there is a huge shift in the way the Reserve Bank of India is looking at licensing guidelines as well as entry into banking. And does this signify a next step in that entire process?
Just to reiterate Vishy's question for you, sir, he was asking that there's been a huge shift in the way RBI treats licensing for the small finance bank. And in that context, what does this mean for Fino Payments Bank now?
See, there are two things about this. One is this a major reform. I would certainly admit this as a very big reform because earlier in 2012, when two committees were constituted by the RBI under the auspices of Usha Thorat on one side and Nachiket Moore on the other, and they looked at differentiated banking license. That's how the whole creation of Payments Bank on one side and Small Finance Bank was created. When Fino Bank expressed its desire to convert itself into Small Finance Bank, RBI was not even ready with the regulations associated with conversion of a payments bank into a small finance bank. So there was a period that was announced, regulations were announced, and it was very clearly said that after you completed 5 years of profitable existence as a payments bank, you could perhaps look at a transition to small finance bank. And so therefore, as far as the reform is concerned, this is a major reform, quite clearly. What it means to Fino Bank also is something remarkable. What it does is, Fino Bank has been, because they applied it first time in 2023 itself. So they were prepared, they must have prepared themselves in terms of what kind of small finance bank they would like to have, what geography regions they will function from. Because as a payments bank, you don't have to worry about all that. You create payment gateways throughout the country, and and that's what Fino would have done. But as a small finance bank, you have a bit of a regional play, to answer that question. So Fino would have worked that out. They would have also worked out the customer segment that they would like to address. So all that will come into play now, basically,
Sir, another question for you is that RBI has eased entry of foreign players and also recently allowed AU Small Finance Bank to become a full-fledged bank. Are we seeing a seismic shift in the regulatory landscape?
It is. Your point is up. A question is very valid, Malika, because you see what seems to be happening today is that the banking system has to really grow at a much faster pace. Now, I mean, because the economy is growing, the credit flow has to really grow. The shortfall, particularly to the and what is provided by the banking system is becoming larger by the day. I mean, in 5 years ago, when there was an RBI committee, which was formed under the auspices of Mr. UK Sinha, the estimate was about 25 billion of US dollars of a gap between what MSMEs need by way of credit and what's available to them from the banking system. Today, it's grown to about 50 billion. So you can certainly see that there's a shift in the RBI's thinking in regards the growth of, let's say, credit flow, which will come with the capital. Now, we've seen that the capital that private sector banking has brought so far, its ability to grow its capital and net worth is only so limited. I mean, they keep on raising those funds from the market, but it's only so limited. So the shift in thinking in terms of having foreign, that is acceptable from the jurisdiction point of view, foreign strategic, let's say, banking partners to really take up equity position in the Indian banks, that we have seen in case of Emirates, NVD, RBL transaction. Now we are seeing that, let's say, to really have more commercial banks, larger banks, AU also was being considered, let's say, for the purpose of making it into a full-fledged commercial or a universal bank, as the new definition says. So there is certainly a shift in the RBI's thinking. There's one more factor which is making the shift happen. What is happening is that there is disintermediation in the system. The banking system is unable to raise the capital, raise the deposits. Raise the deposits the way it used to 10 years ago. A lot of small saving, small savings or savings are flowing into the markets, capital markets, by way of SIPs, as we see, by way of participation in the market, let's say. IPOs, of course, is one more example. So we find, therefore, that the banking system with disintermediation will have limited deposits. It will have to rely on large capital, basically.
Got it,
so thinking, the shift is certainly happening, Malika.
Got it. Thank you so much, sir, for explaining that to us. Of course, as you highlighted, as RBI opens its door to give more credit access to a lot of people, the example of Fino Payments Bank sits very rightly so as it converts itself to small finance bank. Thank you so much for helping us make sense of the in-principle approval, and a big no definitely for Fino Payments Bank viewers. Viewers, moving on, the Indigo flight crisis has hit day 4, plunging the nation's skies into absolute chaos. Over 1,500 flights scrapped in just 3 days, with more than 500 gone today alone, including all domestic departures from Delhi airport until midnight. Stranded passengers at major hubs like Mumbai, Bengaluru, Kolkata are all facing hours, even days of agony, with hotels booked out and rival airlines hiking fares sky high. Indigo just said that it aims to drop down cancellations below 1,000 by tomorrow. Another major update is that a massive intervention tonight has taken place from the Ministry of Civil Aviation as the government steps in to control the ongoing chaos in flight operations, particularly at Indigo. The ministry has taken urgent and proactive measures, placing the flight duty time limitation FDTL orders in abeyance with immediate effect. Let's go across to my colleague Danish Anand, in fact, who has been tracking this story very closely and all the action from DGCA. Danish, what are you gathering?
Today was a very packed day in terms of relief for Indigo, also for relief for all the airlines. As you said about the FDTL norms, we broke it earlier in the morning and we informed everyone that how DGCA has decided to give a relaxation as far as the weekly rest period is concerned. Even now, if the pilots are on a week off, that will be considered the rest period, and this is going to happen for just some time only. As far as relief for Indigo is concerned, the regulator has given Indigo some more relief, and by that I mean that the Indigo pilots that will be landing between 12 AM and 5 AM, only that will be counted as night landing. Because of the earlier FDTL norms, the definition of night landing was changed and it was stretched from 5 AM until 6 AM. So till 10th of February, Indigo can operate on this end. And now coming to Indigo, so throughout the day, we saw how Indigo kept on apologizing to the public for the large inconvenience that they have caused. And in the earlier statement, Indigo informed everyone that they will be refunding the passengers for the flight cancellations between 5th December to 15th of December. Besides that, whatever extra that they can do on ground, like providing food and hotel and accommodation, that they will be doing that, and they will be focusing on passenger comfort somehow. But just a few moments back, Mr. Peter Elbers, who is the CEO of Indigo, he came out with a video statement, and in that he first of all apologized to everyone, to all the stakeholders, especially to the passengers, because we are seeing that Indigo